ちゃってカラフルに世界がそうなるの。ずっとそばにいたいの。止めないでメリーゴー甘い色を重ねてカラフルに包んであげるよ。君にキュンってしちゃってカラフルに世界がそうなるの。ずっと
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, every cub. Welcome, 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 welcome. I'm so sorry for all the weird technical delays and the... Huh? Huh? Is that an extra chat box up there? You see the blue? Where is that? What? Huh? Huh? Well, let me not move all that around. Hold on. What? Oh, fixed. Oh goodness, I'm so sorry. As you see, we've been having a day. It's not even like a dramatic day or anything. I've just been having a day. Like, huh? What? Oh. I hope everyone's day has been doing super well. Happy Thursday. Can't believe it's already Friday's Eve. Congratulations, every cub, for making it. Today we are here with a actual study stream. I mentioned my whole like, oh no, I'm so sorry. I know I've been doing a lot of focus streams, which have been super helpful, but I think I burned myself out a little bit too much Monday by doing that like 4 to 5 hour one, and I'm like, I don't need to study. Then I did tuning earlier today, and then I'm like, wow, I have a test Sunday and Monday. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't hold off on it too much. So that's why, thank you for understanding about the delay that I'm having, and thank you for letting me switch my schedule. How do you say it? Because I'm going to campus tomorrow, so basically that means I'm going to be studying tomorrow. So why would I study in the morning and evening when I can have fun tomorrow morning, then drive hours away to get to school? And then study there with my classmates, who then we could like bounce off each other. It was really funny because I was talking to Sam a little bit about it yesterday. Sam or on Somnus. I was doing a study stream with Chenna yesterday. Did I get their name right? Yes. Okay. I got scared. I'm like, what if I didn't spell their username? I'm a fake fan. But Sam was doing a Duolingo study stream yesterday with Chenna, and they were studying Japanese, and I'm like, oh, that's so cute. But how do you say it? He was like, oh, I'm not really sure how group studies are. And I thought that was like such a strange question, but then he explained like, hey, he never really did any like additional education, like a formal college degree. So I'm like, oh, wait, people do that. No, not judging, not a problem. I'm just like, oh yeah, group study. Well, yeah, I did it all the time in undergrad, and I kind of do it now, but I feel like group study is not really useful unless, you know the material. And that's what we're doing today. I'm getting a vague idea what the heck we're learning today. Sorry, I stuttered because I'm like, that's not what I wanted to say. Okay, keep the ball rolling, keep the ball rolling. Anyway, speaking of ball rolling, let us get the ball rolling with reading with chat. One other quick thing, sorry about the beginning of chat, every cub. I was running a few minutes late because I was fighting a dragon in Elden Ring with Selic and Rip. And then I'm like, oh, it's time to start streaming, but then I couldn't get my my stuff to pop up, and I'm like, what? What? So when I had started stream, I was just like, oh guys, I'll be right back. I guess I'm gonna reset my computer to try to fix it, and thankfully it works now, so yay. But sorry about that. Hi Kyla, hi Max, hi, welcome. Hi Sunny as well, welcome. Cool. Hi Tips, hi Sunny. What's this about Fumo Plushes? So I thought, okay, the reason why I have this title today of Fumo Plushes is I always wanted a plush version of myself, right? I don't know if I mean I've gotten something nicer, but I always wanted a plush. I always wanted a Fumo version of myself, so I had this like random like urge to go look at stuff. But I mean, I do have something nice. Let me see if I can show you, cubs. Hold on. This is gonna be a little awkward, so I apologize. Hold. Oh, there you go. I do have something just equally as nice. Oh, hold on. I didn't mean for it to be collecting dust though. Hold on. But I don't think there's anything I could do about the amount of dust on this. I'm so sorry. That's what happens when I don't have those really fancy IKEA shelves. But I do have something just equally as nice. But this is not something I want to take to places. Like, I want a Fumo plush that could be like, hey, look, Cubs, it's me. Hey, look, Cubs, it's me. But look. Da-da. Da-da. I have this, and I really like it. It's just I'm too scared. It's too fragile. I really like it though. But to play fake here, so I wish I could just show you Cubs without like I'm so scared. I'm just gonna hold it and I could finish reading chat. No, but then that's just my hand. Okay, now that I'm done with that, never mind. I'll keep little mini me down there, but it's just so cute. I want a non-fragile version, which is why I want a plush, but I really like the faces of Fumos as well, and I like the body shape of it. Is that weird? I just want to take it around. So I was trying to look at places that do commissions. Am I in any position to commission? No. But when commissions do open up for someone, I would love to see more information about it, basically. Like, you know, like, oh, how much are you planning to charge? This and that. There was one person I was looking at, and for a Fumo, they're charging about like $300 for a custom one, which is like, but you know, obviously understand it's like you get a custom plush in this style that's very obscure for some reason. I'm like, okay, and then they're like, yeah, commissions are closed. And I'm like, absolutely no problem. Let me look at your waitlist really quick. I kid you not, Cubs. They had 20 people. And I've done that before. I waited on a wait list before for a person, and it took me a year to get something. At that point, I didn't need it anymore. So I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I actually got these from somewhere else. Thank you so much for going down your wait list, though. At least they were being completely honest. But hi, Sap. Hi, welcome. Sorry. That was a segue for sure. Hi, Zach. Hi. Hi, Lunch. Hi as well. Bearcat hug to you. Welcome. Hi, Catherine. Hi. Welcome. I like the little chain emotes. You have the glowing ones. They're so cute. I love the colors. Pink, blue. Let's go. Hi, Zap. Hi. Was too late? Plush mode activate? No! Not me turning into a marketable plush! I don't know. I just think they're so cute. Hi, Carrie, by the way. Howdy, cuz. Howdy, Carrie. Welcome. Hi, Rip as well. Oh, no way. Tip streaming 5-day streak? Amazing. Is it 5 days? No, this is my 4th day streaming, but it feels like the 5th. But thank you, I appreciate it. Welcome. Hi, Fels as well. Welcome. Thank you for saving my life. Hi, Luma as well. Hi. Welcome. I've been having a day as well. I know, Zach, didn't he tell you that you were working at 2 a.m.? And then you're like, yeah, I slept. I'm like, no, you didn't. The week flew, it did, which is so scary. I don't want the week to fly by like that. I can't believe it's already February. I think that's my biggest thing. I'm like, what? Huh? February 1st? Now it's the 2nd? Tomorrow's the 3rd? We need to stop these shenanigans. But yeah, I'm kind of happy it's Thursday, but kind of like shook. Like a little shook. But hi, Sora. Hi. Welcome. The table sure looks pretty tiny. I hope the laptop doesn't fall off. Oh, you know, I like living on the edge, so don't mind me. I actually used to have a very small desk. I mean, I still have a very small desk. I have one of those corner desks. So my space is actually pretty limited. So anytime I like turn on my camera to show you Cubs Peas, my keyboard is probably like halfway off my desk. But it is what it is. It's not a Tippa stream without Tippa difficulties. BRB crying. Test on the Lord's Day? Blasphemy? I know. Or blasphemous? I know. That's what happens when you're in a hybrid program though. So Sunday won't be too bad. Because I'm going to be studying a lot of that content tomorrow. On Sunday, I have an exam of basically identifying structures on both like a brain and spinal cord. What's this area? What's this sulcus? And maybe I will get the chance to look at it a little bit, maybe. Pause crossed. And Kai, yes, I am live. I would not go live by accident. There's been many scary, things that I'm like, oh gosh, it'd be really bad if I went live now. Because because I use OBS to record footage sometimes I need for class, because again, hybrid program, that they're like, hey, can you demonstrate this or can you demonstrate that? So it's just me being like, hi, hello, my name is Tipanya, I am a student bearcat at Bearcat University. Today I will be doing this. And I will now introduce myself to my patient. Hi, before we begin, may I have your name and date of birth? Roommate 1. Insert date of birth. I'm like, oh, thank you, roommate 1. Anyway. I get so scared because sometimes I'm like, oh, what if I'm doing that? And then I also use OBS to record sometimes when I do like the VTuber music videos. So I'm like, wow, it'd be kind of awkward. But truly, it is what it is. As soon as I see someone talk in chat while I'm recording stuff, I will go into a full-blown panic. I'll be like, no way. No way! So cute, thank you, thank you. Hi Max, by the way. Hi. Sheesh, big sheesh. But carrying that around could dox yourself if the roll is small enough. It is, it would be, but I think it'd be cute. I mean, not the doxing portion, but like, how do you call it? I'm trying to see if it's possible to plan a trip in April. I'm super fixated on it. I just want to make sure I get some things finalized before I take the plunge into doing it. And I'm hoping by the end of this semester in April I get to travel to somewhere I've been wanting to travel for a while. And it's kind of like, is it within my means right now? I mean, yes, it is. But should I be more smart about stuff? Yeah, you should. But hopefully with this hitman job that I'm trying to get right now, that finally they got back to me on, hopefully life will be good, and hopefully maybe by, oh gosh, I'm hoping by the end of this month I will regain my place in society as a working employed bearcat again. Don't get me wrong, I love being full-time student, full-time content creator Tipanya, but I'm also like but the vacation I would like to do is I would like to take photos, and I kind of like how Big Ham does it. I'm not sure if you cubs have seen like Big Ham streams. I hope you have, but she does streams when she goes on vacations where she'll draw herself into the photos, and I think that was so cute. And I mean, I could do that with a little bit of editing magic. But I was like, oh, but what if I just carry my plush around and just take photos? When I was traveling with my friend Ryan, or Kisa, I'll just call her Kisa because I feel like she's been popping into her Kisa account. She had brought a plush. Are you guys familiar with Movement? She loves this Movement plush so much that she took it on our little vacation that we were doing together, and she was taking photos of like him around places and selfies. I'm like, oh, that's so cute. so cute. Yeah, I just want to replicate that experience, you know? I like sharing photos. I like sharing experiences. If I had the means to financially, I would love to travel around, but I think like the best thing about traveling is being able to like share experiences with people, and I would love to come back and be like, all right, we're doing a just chatting stream, yay! Here are all the photos. Here's like a little slideshow. But yeah. Max says, so send messages in chat random times to scare them. Please do not do that. I may still have OBS open. I will panic. I've had actually a few scares before, not with chats, but with follows. I'll hear the gow gow, and I'm like, oh no. Was I live? Hitman job, what's the news? Actually, that's a great question. I was about to open my email on the stream. I was gonna cry. I was going to sob. I was going to tear up. Oh my gosh, I'm so smart, Teehee. The update with that is that I was going to message him yesterday being like, hey, it's been like 5 days and you told me the requirements to do this stuff has to be done within 10 days. Now we're on the 7th day. And what had happened last time was basically she's like, hey, we're putting you through this website, and basically you need to make sure you type in all your information, like your last name, your date, your year of birth, your birthday, and your place of birth, sorry, and some special code. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's a lot of information. Okay. And I put it all in, and I'm sure this information's correct because A, it's me. B, I've known this almost all my life. So I get really confused and I email the lady back and I'm like, hey, this is not working. She's like, contact help desk, and the help desk is like, hey, whoever put in your information put it in wrong. They spelled your birthplace wrong. And I'm not doxing myself, but my birthplace has like a handful of letters. And when I mean handful, I mean on the smaller hand. Baby hand. I'm like, how did you misspell that? So there was a delay, so I was waiting for her. So it had been like, again, we're on day 7, and she has the audacity. I'm so sorry if she hears this, but she has the audacity to message me. She's like, any update? And I'm like, what do you mean any update? I didn't say that. But I'm like, huh? What do you mean what update? You said that you were gonna message me as soon as you got this fixed. And she's like, oh. And I'm like, oh. So I finally got, how do you call it? I finally got back to her and I was like, okay, you fixed it, great. And I went to the website and the website was down. And I'm like, what? And so I went back a little bit before stream, so everything's good. I created the account. I need to do some extra stuff still within the 10 days, so I asked for an extension because I'm like, I didn't know how to politely tell her, but I said in the most professional way, like, hey, so there was, you know, technical difficulties out of my control. I don't want to get penalized within this like 5-day deadline that was set to me. Can you please extend it? Thank you. You know, I appreciate it. Yada, 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 yada. I haven't heard back. I just looked at my email that I was about to dox myself to it, so, you know. Because normally she emails pretty late, so I'm just like, oh, well, here's hoping that she'll get back soon, being like, yeah, here's an extension. Or if not, wow, I'm gonna hope that there's some availability tomorrow, because another thing with this kind of hitman job is that they want you to do fingerprints, and I just don't know the availability, like the slots open like last minute, because I don't want to do it over the weekend either. I have school, so I'm like, bleh. I'll keep you cubs updated. When I get employed, you could tell by the schedule then. I'll be like, wow, Tippa's streaming kind of less. Damn unemployment. Or sorry, damn employment. They got her. Society's got her. But yeah, hopefully by the end of the month, something will change, you know. But that is the news. Study stream, I will study. I promise. I feel like I always chat like for about 30 minutes anyway. Max says the trip gets to be tax deductible. Gosh, I wish. I hope I could be like, hey guys, I actually went to this place for the cultural awareness to kind of bring that influence and that like newness into my stream. I thought it would really help. Cat Bear Mountain, it feels like it. No, but thankfully, I don't know, that's not the right word. Thankfully, it's not that. The place I was born and where I live are two different places, so. But I would not be surprised if she puts Cat Bear Mountain. I would cry. I would sob. I would be like, what the heck? Anyway, I'll stop screaming. This is supposed to be like a nice, relaxing stream. Hi, Dazzle, by the way. Hi, welcome. Let me give you a shout out. One moment. Da 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 da. Dark Souls, let's go! Souls player, let's go. Handshake. Me only been playing Elden Ring. Wow, a fellow Souls player? Wow, so amazing. We live in a society, we really do, which is super unfortunate. Talking about plushes, what would a Tippa mascot look like? Wait, we already have a mascot. Tipalong. Da 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 da. Tipalong is a mascot, but if you mean like a Fumo Plush, let's see. MS Paint redeemed. Teach me how I can have a massive brain. Look, as soon as I get that, I will let you know. I will let you know. Oh, my MS Paint is so wonky. Why? Possibly a bearcat mascot? have that in Chicago, don't they? Hold on. Some university. Bearcat University. Oh, I'm not to not to dox myself. Let's see. Yeah, University of Cincinnati. They had this as the mascot. Wow, a true transparent image. I would have never guessed. There you go. That's their mascot. They're the Bearcats. And their Bearcat looks so dorky. Can I grow my basal ganglia to be bigger? I'm sorry, once you hit a certain age and your brain development, everything kind of stops growing. I'm so sorry. Oh no! Actually, I'm looking at the mascot! They're so cool! I don't know. I feel like, what do you call it? I don't really know how to draw furries. Even if I am quote unquote one myself, quotation marks. It's their ears, you know? I feel like it'd just be like a purplish grayish bearcat in like a furry suit. Basically this. Ba-ba! But not as angry looking. Floofballs? Basically. I feel like how do you draw a furry? I feel like furries are like so like something abnormal, like Pecora bouncing bunnies. Is it really abnormal to be a bouncing bunny? Is it really abnormal to be that? Look, listen. Bam. Hold on. We're doing ear surgery right now. Bam. Bearcat. Done. Beautiful. I love it. Oh my gosh, you know how cute this would be as like have you guys felt like those plushies, like the mochi plushies or like the squishmallows? Like how soft and squishable they are? Like I just wanna hold it. I just wanna squeeze it together and pull it apart. Squeeze it together, pull it apart. I have not fallen into the squishmallow phase, but I did go to the mall recently. Ooh, whoa. Wow, amazing. Going back to my high school days. And there's this place that was selling like I guess knockoff squishmallows. And it's just it was on sale for like $12. And I'm like, oh, I would love that. I want that. See, the thing with Fumos as well is that they all have this like that face, so so this is not what you wanted, but this is what I'm gonna draw because I just want to be a Fumo. That's who I want to be. I usually doodle the fur lines by just following the line by hatching over it. When you mean hatching over, you mean like that? I don't know. I feel like when you draw something fuzzy, it would just be like a little like. Wow. Amazing. Sorry, I'm not using the right brush for this, so you have to forgive me. But yeah, Fumo Plush. I want to be a Fumo Plush. Ah! Hi, Alex. So hi. Welcome. Cute. Thank you. That's gonna be my next goal. I feel like I ate a bunch of ice cream and I'm feeling the sugar. Oh no, hi fish. Hi. Welcome. Maybe this is not the right brush to do this. Wow. Also, hi Tip. Oh. Build-A-Bearcat workshop? That's why we went to the mall! Kisa had never got like a Build-A-Bear before. And I'm like, what? You've never gotten a Build-A-Bear? And I think the last time I got a Build-A-Bear was like maybe in middle school. So I'm like, oh my gosh. And I remember what that plush was. It was like a koala in a cheerleader suit. But it was so funny going with Kisa because they had the Animal Crossing collab with Build-A-Bear, and she's like, I want the KK slider, but I don't want I want the KK slider voice box, but I don't want the KK slider plush. And I'm like, Kisa, I'm sure it'll be okay, right? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, yeah. And so we're trying to like sneak it, and I feel so bad because they're like, hey, what did you end up getting as a voice line? And me and her are just quiet. We're like, and she's like, oh, is it embarrassing? Let me give it a listen. So we're like, and she's like, oh, this is so cute. Absolutely no worries. And it just turns out that getting the KK slider was actually just cheaper, and you're able to do it. You're able to cheat the system. I'm so sorry. That story is probably like very nonsensical, but the reason why we were so worried because it just seemed like an Animal Crossing plush exclusive. To get the soundbox, you had to scan a KK slider plush. So we're like, we have to steal your body. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But yeah, I think Build-A-Bear Workshop is cute, but also kind of expensive, to be honest. I'm so happy. She's so happy with her frog. I forgot what we had called it. I named it. It's not Froganan. It's like Ferdinand. I don't know actually. Bernard, but Frognard. No, I feel like a bad godmother. I named that, and she was so happy with the name. I can't remember the name. Oh, this is so sad. Oh, it truly is what it is on this heck of a nerf. I'll remember the name some other time, I promise. What a coincidence! You had an ice cream and a brownie as well. You gamers, galmers are eating so well tonight. I ended up cooking today because I was like, oh, I had this chicken defrosting. Time to go eat it. I was not a big fan of it. I had tried couscous for the second time in my hecking life, and I'm like, oh, it was so good the first time I made it. The second time was very okay. Maybe I didn't make it right, or maybe I didn't get the right brand again. But I hope Erika is eating super well today. Alex says, I went on vacation to the US in December and saw those cool stores. Then when I came back to homeland, they were building the first Build-A-Bear workshop at a local mall. That means you created a trend. How exciting is that? I love when things like that happen, you know? It's like, wow, I wish I really had this, and then it just kind of comes to existence. Isn't that what we call like speaking into existence, I guess? Anyway, let's see. Hydrate? Don't mind if I do. Today's drink. I had this ginger ale sitting in the pantry, and I'm like, why haven't I put it in the fridge yet? So it's not just ginger ale, it's ginger ale with lemon. Wow, so fancy. So I'm so confused. I feel like I hear like vibration under me, so I'm like, huh? Is everything okay downstairs? Panic. Apartment living kind of stinky. Oh, I think they're moving something. Never mind. I was like, am I being loud? What's happening? Anyway. But no, that's really cute. I hope you get to build a bear as well if you want to. I love them with big green chili peppers. That's so good right now. That sounds so good. Oops, I'm stealing the fridge. Oop, my bad. Whoopsie daisy. I miss apartment living. I miss talking to my neighbors and annoying them. No, I'm so sorry. I am not a big fan of apartment living. Everyone's so inconsiderate. Maybe because I choose like very cheap places to live because bearcat budget. But when my first place when I had moved out, right? I had this lady who would fight with her like boyfriend or husband like every other night, and we shared the same like master bedroom like wall, and I was just so annoyed. To the point that I got like so frustrated because I woke up at like 5 a.m. to them yelling. I'm like, who wakes up and chooses violence, you know? So I banged on the wall because I'm like, guys, it's 5 a.m. Let me sleep. I have school. And then they're like, and I'm like, I'm glad I could be like the middle ground. That you can direct your anger towards me. Ah, yeah, sounds great. And then my current neighbors aren't so bad because thankfully I don't share like a direct wall with anyone now, except my own like roommates. But sometimes the downstairs neighbor blasts music, and so sometimes I can feel the vibration underneath my my legs. So I'm like, man, this sucks. This sucks. But it truly is okay. I'm not gonna be that person. I think it's like how do you call it? It's very temporary. It sounds like the same beat. I think maybe it might be like one of those like workout videos, you know? Sorry, let me just fill this in. I want to be a Fumo. She places to live. Please stay safe. I will try to stay safe, you know. Thankfully my area is not too bad, minus the recent car break-in where no one took anything, but flashbacks. Oh, why did they break into my car to steal nothing? I'm going to cry again. I'm going to cry. Okay, I'll politely change the topic. I need to share my comedy clip with you after stream. Very relevant, please. I appreciate it. Huh? Yeah, no, earlier this year, last year, like I think December 30th. Thank you for that. Hi, Monte. Hi. Just last thing on the topic, for those cubs unaware. December 30th, my car got broken into. They broke the back seat and the back seat window, and I was like shook because I don't keep anything back there. All I keep is like a little pillow pet, and like I don't know what else do I keep back there. A little pillow pet and like my little like sun hat, you know. And so it was just like, oh, okay, sure, whatever, right? And so I don't know if that made it worse that I didn't steal anything, but the issue is just it was like the day before you know, like all the holidays where people were like out of town and etc. etc. So I'm like, oh no. I need to get this fixed immediately. And I felt so bad because at my job, yada 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 yada, there was a new person there and I was supposed to be helping them, and I'm like, I need to get this window fixed before I can't fix it for like the next few days because everything is gonna be closed. And so yeah, that's a whole ordeal. I think it's definitely an isolated event, but gosh darn it, that didn't need to happen. Do you have cash in your car? No, I had nothing. I don't carry anything. Kind of going back on the other story, basically. I don't know how you say this. My friend basically decided that we were going to go around because we were really into cosplay back in the day, and we wanted to find a place to do like a cosplay photo shoot. And so we were going through parks and whatnot, and we were going to hang out at this like local anime shop afterwards. So we brought like our computers and stuff, and so we're like, oh yay, hangout time, yay. This is so cute, but I feel like the proportions are a little wonky, huh? Should I make my head bigger? Anyway. Anyway, the long story short of that is basically, my friend had a hatchback, which means that she has like a glass to her trunk. Basically, someone broke in and stole our stuff. So, and that happened when I was relatively young, like maybe like 16 or 17. So I'm like, I'm never keeping things in the back of the car or in sight, which is something I already knew, but something I kept more in practice when I had my own car. And the only reason why I had these two items in there anyways, because I used to sleep in the back of my car. That sounds sad, but that was in between classes. And the sun hat in case it ever got too bright, and I was like, oh, you know, I just want a hat because we're gonna be sitting outside or something, you know. So yeah. So that's the whole situation. But yeah, it sucks a lot. Tips because Fumo, hi Cal, hi. I'm so sorry, I'm like talking about like depressing topics. I'm like, oh hi Cal, let me give you a shout out. One moment. Yeah, probably looking for cash because you know drugs. Yeah, but I don't have anything. But yeah, they're probably looking for things to sell or money and all that. Can't get stuff stolen if you don't have anything. Exactly. It's all like the emotional destruction and me feeling slightly violated. This isn't studying. Hi SG. Hi. I know I got a request. They were Sunny was asking about Tippa mascot, and I'm like, oh yeah. But then I was like, I really just want to draw myself into a Fumo. But I also want to draw myself as like a little squishmallow thing, you know? Remember, some people just break stuff just for the sake of breaking stuff too, so that might be it, sadly. A friend of mine did get their car mirror smashed out once. I had a similar situation when I lived in my mama bear cat's house. There was a neighbor who had these like really frantic kids, and they were throwing a party, and they ended up breaking one of our driveway lights, and I'm like, what? What? And started doing graffiti. I'm like, sir, parents, where are the parents? Where are the parents? That's me now with like any kid like 17 or younger. I'm like, where are your parents? Get out of here. Fumo anatomy is important. It is important. One day I hope to be equally as cute as this Fumo, you know? It's not studying. I know it's not studying. I get it. It's a tiny break. Hi, Marshall. Hi. Welcome. Alex says I gotta go off. I want to stream. Oh yeah, no problem. Good luck with studying. Thank you. Have a good one. Hi, Kisa. I was just talking about you. I was talking about your Build-A-Bear stuff. What did we name your guy? I know I named your guy, but what is your guy's name? Your little frog buddy. That sounds sad. I'm so sorry. I changed the topic. I'll have a happier tone as soon as I chug some water really quick too. Frodrick! Yes! Frodrick is the name! I'm like, Bernard. Frognard. I'm like, okay, I don't think that's the name. Tippa solo van life? Actually, I was kind of contemplating it. Not that I want a solo van life, and also I'm a very paranoid person. Thanks, Mama Bearcat. But my career allows me to do traveling once I graduate, and so I've heard many people who got RVs and basically travel. Isn't Tipalong the mascot? Yeah, that's exactly what I said. But I guess I don't know. Maybe a cub representation. Yay! Cub representation. Let's go. What? Put a baby in a car sticker to make them second think about breaking it. Baby in car, baby is me. We love her project. But hi, Paige, by the way. Hi, welcome. I will not rest until I have a tip-along neck pillow. I think that's like the biggest thing that I want. I mean, other than the Fumo Plush, not to sound like marketable, but I love really dumb gimmicks. I think that's like my favorite thing, you know? And I would absolutely love a tip along neck pillow, especially for those long travels or when you need a companion. oh, and she just hangs right here. Da da. So cute. It looks so dumb though. Oh no, I don't think the brush is small enough. Oh, it is. I definitely need to fix the ears. Oh. So many ear surgeries today. Sure. We love a Tippa neck pillow. Oh no, this does really look like neck. It's fine. It's fine. So comfy. So comfy. Oh, let me actually draw an actual star. Comfy. Oh my gosh. Ta-da! For some reason, I thought it was Roberto. I couldn't remember the name. I felt so bad. I felt like a bad godmother. Bernard was gonna be the bear. Oh, that's why I'm like Oh, Ashley, thank you for shouting out Rip. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sora says, I wish I saw that photo. I found a sticker outside one day that straight up said baby inside the car. I'm the baby. I want that sticker. We need a tip along Daki for purposes. Okay, can we talk about this really quick though? I want a Daki as well. Alright. AKA Tippa merch line. I give myself 10 minutes for this. So number 1, Fumo. I want Fumo. Number 3, neck pillow, because I don't think a neck pillow is as easy to produce. Number 2, Daki. I want a body pillow. I also want Rip's body pillow, but I'm waiting till I stop my error of full-time content creation to get Rip body pillow. Which, by the way, I guess I should pull that link up too. Hold on. I'm like Rip Skip. I feel like a fake fan because I'm like, am I on the wrong account? What's happening? Hold on. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I'm getting distracted. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the link. Thank you. As you saw, I was really getting distracted. But oh, it's transparent. No. I hate how detailed the image of Tippa body pillow appears in my head. Honestly, I am all for it. But this is Rip's body pillow minus all the transparency. But isn't it so good? Hold on. Use your anatomical knowledge to create a neck pillow that shows any kind of neck strain. I think that's too technological. Actually, no links in chat. As you get out of here. You like a tip-along keychain? Alright, we got a compromise. We got a compromise. The compromise is that we get like those tiny body pillow keychains. Have you seen that? Have you seen like this? Oh my gosh, let me actually just grab a picture really quick. Small body pillow keychain. Yes, rib size are different colors. Yeah. No, you're definitely a-okay. You're not dumb or anything like that. Can I get like do I want to show this one? No, I'll just show this one. Like, look. See, this is like those mini keychain ones. See, that would be the nice compromise. Tip, just get tomorrow and I'll produce my own tip merch. I swear, I want stickers so bad. Number 0, stickers. We cannot forget about the stickers, people. Very easy, affordable option for those who want to show their support. And it'd be something as simple as it'll be something very simple, easy, cute, you know, like a tippa teehee or a tippa wink, you know, something very easy, appealing to the mass audience. Anyway, I cannot draw a sticker right now. I cannot draw anything right now. But we got a teehee. We got a I don't know what other ones we can get. As soon as we get a merch line going, I got you, Cubs. Oh my goodness. But if I get an artist, the thing is that, you know what I really want? You know what my dream is? I really want Teru to draw my Daki. I know I could get another artist, but I'm like, how fun would it be if I got Teru to draw? But Teru's just so swamped with commissions, and I completely understand that. So I'm like, oh man. But I want it. I would love for it. There's this other artist that I may have got a commission for a little bit ago, and hopefully maybe I'll get the art in April. And I think they would be a good alternative. Dice. Paige says to insert yourself into the keychain order or charm order. I should. I really should. I I just wish I picked up art a little bit more when I was younger, you know? Because then I could be not at like any of the Nyatako members levels, but enough to feel confident to produce my own art, you know? And like sell it. I mean, of course, I did say in a New Year's resolution I will do like a solid art stream where I actually try drawing. So maybe. And that's not to be like cheap or lazy or anything about it. I would love to learn more art, but my brain is filled with bearcat school. But then Big Cam drew Tipalong? She did. She actually even created the model. But the original person who created Tipalong was Teru. Hi Josh, by the way. Hi. Tipanya holographic eye stickers want to stare at me when I don't want to study. That'd be so great. You know, they have like those... It's like the persona. Not the persona, but you know, they have like the bumper stickers and they have like the eyes. Yeah. There you go. Bumper stickers. You got it. Holographic. Wow. Amazing. The heart ones with the heart ones. I know. And I want cute merchandise. I want really cute merchandise. Your art is great. This is how I feel from that. Thank you so much. Thank you. But I'm not good enough, so I'm so sorry. But thank you. I appreciate it. Tippa, just become jobless like the rest of Nizelli art crew and invest all your time in the art? I'm joking. Well, I got part 1 down real quick. No, I actually don't know who the only person I know who has a job right now is Big Ham. I don't know if Chenna works. I don't know if Sam works. Now I think about it, maybe all of Yanako is jobless. Damn. They don't. Big Ham is the only one supporting us. Lamar doesn't have a job unless he got a new job. Last time I checked, he I don't know. But I thought he's in school right now, trying to get a job. Sorry, let me not like talk about anyone's business like that. But I'm just like, oh gosh. Let me get this really quick. Bumper stickers. Let me get that My Child's in the Club bumper sticker. All right, we got merch idea 0.1. My Child's in the Club. Beautiful, beautiful. I'll pay you $5 for the rights. No, it disappeared. No. My child's in the club. Pay $5 to Josh. Rip says we need a tip shaker charm. We do. I'm going to merch ideas right now. I would love a little shaker. I think it'd be so cute. It's just like a, you know, I don't know what would be in the little shaker. Do I have like a little like cup head and like little stars and like hearts, like, you know, like really cutesy things where it's just like, where I'm just like, this is me, I promise. I look like an Among Us, but I'm too lazy to draw myself again. Oh, that's how I'll look. Yay! I'm so sorry. That's how I'll look. But I only have so much time now. Sus. Alright, idea number 4 was the shaker charms. I think the shaker charms are very cute. Let me put that in a little bit bigger font. But yeah, I think, what do you call it? It's so hard because for the Daki going back, I obviously like don't know if I don't know if I want like a joking one where it is just tip along on one side and then like me being like, ooh, I'm a Daki on the other side, or Rip, not to steal your idea, but I think pajamas are really, really cute. I would love a cute, oh my gosh, like, you know what I'm thinking of, Cubs? Are you Cubs weeb enough for me? Or do we have any Vocaloid fans in chat? You know Romeo and Juliet? No, Romeo, oh my gosh. Cinderella and Romeo is the song from Miku. And she has this like particular top that I like really always like liked and enjoyed. And I'm like, how cute would this be? Like, I would love to wear this as my Daki pajama thing. Apologies for her tummy showing. Sussy Baka, no please. All these drawings will be stickers. Don't let Tipanya fool you. Don't let her fool me. Not fooling anyone, first of all. Tip, I just realized your character exudes big 4-leaf clover vibes. Take that how you will. Wait, what does that mean? What does it mean? Like happy-go-lucky? Or are you talking about like dark webs? Like, wait, where, how am I taking this? Did you enjoy the Kitty Cat 808? I did, K-Dog. Hi, welcome. I did enjoy a lot of the Hi-Fi Rush game yesterday, and I'm super excited to play it again next week. Daki, where Tip is Johnny in her class books? No! I think that would be a cute print. Oh no, Ashley, thank you so much for stopping by. Have a good luck. Thank you. You know, we should have gotten a Daki Marketer together. Not too late. Oh, look before I drive? No worries. Please drive safe. Dark web? Forge? No, I'm gonna stop. No, don't worry. Happy go lucky in the cottagecore style. I love cottagecore. I don't. Oh my gosh. No, I'm going over my time limit. But wait, one moment, Cubs. Cottagecore is so cute. I love it. I love the fashion. I really like this fashion. Oh my gosh, what is it called? Mori? So Mori is like a fashion that's similar to cottagecore. I feel like it kind of evolved from cottagecore to some aspects, where it's like long, flowy, naturey. It's just so cute. This is not let's see. There's just some things that I think are super cute, like this. Hold on. This is so tiny. This is adorable. I am in love. I am absolutely in love with like something like this, you know. I would wear it. I will. That's my head being too big. Sorry, one moment. I will flaunt it. Da 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 da. Sorry. Da 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 da. It is just a how do you call it? A rough draft. And in case I ever want to do it, I just delete the green lines. Thank you, MS Paint. Oh wait, no, it has a hat. No, my weakness. Can we get a core tier list? You give me that tier list line, and I will do my absolute best. You know, Cal was having a tier list stream the other day, and that was actually really fun. Completely out of character, but they had an 18+ one, and I'm like, I'm ready, but I'm like, I'm not ready. I'm not doing that on stream. No. Sounding goes on the very bottom. What was that again? Oh no. Anyway, hats, my weakness. My weakness. How do I draw a hat? Wait, ears. Just have to move up the ears. Oh, it's fine. It's whatever. Excuse me. I have 2 men, 1 tier list, okay? Because they had a green apple recently, and now I might rank them with red apples. Really? I think green and red apples are just like, I don't know. I think they're really nice. I would prefer green apples over red apples though. Any day, unfortunately. I'm stealing Cal's tier list. I'm just gonna go back on the stream and be like, this is my content now. Sorry, tee. Oh no, hi Robo. Hi Robo, nice to see you, nice to meet you. Hi. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Politely ignore it. Tee, yeah. I can just send them to you. Oh, really? I'd appreciate it. But gosh, how do you draw not heads? How do you draw not heads? I haven't drawn in 50 years. I don't remember the last time I've done an MS Paint doodle before. Oh, I feel like the shoulders are too broad then. But then, man, shoulders can go heck themselves. Heck. I'm supposed to be studying. I really don't want to study. Just if you couldn't tell, I really don't want to study. Hi, Selic. Hi as well. Hi, New. Hi. How was stream? Did I could tell you in voice now, but you're drawing already beautifully. Like so beautiful. You should be super proud. Oh my goodness. This dress has poofy sleeves. I'm so sorry. I'm hold on. Hold on, Cubs. I'm getting a phone call, but it might just be spam. It was spam. We got to be on the run, running for neuroscience. Haha, teehee. So fun, so quirky, so yay. I love not studying. I love self-sabotage. No, but I promise I will be streaming. I just not right now. not right now. What This is why we need references. Self-sabotage, let's go! Yeah, let's go! I don't know, Cubs. should probably actually get back to work. I don't know how else to like draw this. I wish man, arm here. I'm losing my voice too. No. Dies. About eyes? The ones that she used to study? Oh yeah, let me tell you about the eyes. I used to love drawing eyes a lot. A lot. As I lose my voice again. Actually, here, one moment. Let me just hydrate. I think I'm renewed, hopefully. If not, that's fine. So eyes are really cool because you have this optic nerve, or also known as cranial nerve 2, which we'll talk about later, that helps you with vision. You're welcome. There you go. That's your fun bearcat school fact for you. Da-da! Ties my voice. I'm so sorry. Vision it? I don't know how to vision arms. I don't know how to... Arm. Thank you, Tipanya. No problem. I take these lines back, but I don't. Okay. And then you just draw a really cute pattern, but it's really cute because this one is like all this and that, and it's really cute because I like that. I like the ruffliness of it, and then the rest of it's just patterns. And honestly, how I would pattern this is you do little drawings like this, so they look like flowers. And I used to love doing this kind of like pattern when I was younger. Because it made it look nice, you know? It's like, oh, it's busy. It's like coloring. Ha 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 ha. Obviously, as a random doodle, my boys. But it's super nice. And then you could just like fill in the middle. Because obviously I hacked it up. Hi Alex, hi, welcome, Tipanya. Hi, how are ya? Welcome. Don't mind me, I am procrastinating studying, but I'm almost done. I'm almost done procrastinating, so big pogs in chat. Ma bow. Ma bow. Ma bow. Ma bow. Ma bow. Ma bow. When we start using clip Studio Paint, I don't know. I technically have Procreate, like I can actually draw on a tablet, which is what I was gonna try doing the actual like art streams on. But I don't know, I get like weirdly nervous drawing nowadays. Like again, it has to be either like a really cute chibi, like really small, or I don't know. Bam, we did it. Ah, we did it, Cubs. I did it. Kind of. Finishes touches. Mwah, chef kiss. Procrastinating. I'm like, procrastinating. Got it. The student equivalent of just 10 more minutes. Just 10 more minutes. I got it. Here to remind you that GIMP is free. It is free, and I know it has layers. I don't know. I really like the familiarity of what do you call it? Of paint. I just wish it had layers. Anyway, so going back to our merch now. Hi everyone, welcome. My name is Tipanya. I'm a VTuber, as you know, but not any VTuber, a bearcat VTuber. We are back with talking about Tippa mascots. We know Tippalong is the main mascot, but we got our little Squishmallow plush mochi plush cubs right here. We got a few ideas. We got sticker ideas. We got Fumo. I want to become a Fumo. We got neck pillow ideas. We got shaker charms where I look like an Among Us for God knows whatever reason. And again, the Dockies. One day, I'll be like, I'm here. And life will be good. Alright, I'm done. We can switch back to studying. GIMP is free and also kind of annoying to use sometimes. I will look at GIMP. It's important for neuroscience. It is. It really is. Hello, wait. Anyway, let's see. We are on MS Paint, by the way. MS Paint 298. Yay! We're almost at 300. Let's go! Hi, Atomic. Hi. No, I'm too late. Tippa's already turned into a marketable Fumo Plush. Fumo. I want to be one. I want. You gotta do a Sparta meme for the 300th one. Remind me, and I will politely do it. Oh my gosh, Tippa's there on the ducky. I am. Hi, Portable. Hi. Welcome. Alright, let's get MS Paint out of the way. Let's change the subject back. Let's sigh. Oh. Hey, check my email. Remember I checked my email about the lady about the job? I asked her about an extension. She ignored me. Hold on, politely asked. But yeah, is there an extension still? Yeah, I am able to get in, but is there a possible chance to get an extension due to the technical difficulties? Thank you, Tipanya. Alright, sorry to do personal business. I'm just like, huh? Gosh, I got scared. I'm like, did I actually write Tipanya? I'm about to end it. Alright, let me politely sip this and let's get to it. So, main reason why I'm switching over is because I got nervous about studying, so we're gonna go over all my notes really quick and try and see what we can review. Yeah, and I really here's hoping for the best. Tomorrow again I'll return with Final Fantasy, but today, neuroscience. Alright, let me sip this really quick. Nom nom nom. Alright. How can I spell Tiffany? I don't know! That's just me. Again, thankfully I to people outside of Twitch, the only cringe thing I've done and somewhat relating to my Twitch activities is that I said berry instead of very, but good thing I talk like an absolute mouse. And I'm like, oh yeah, thank you very much. So they can't hear me. They can't tell the difference. Finally, some studying. I know. Absolutely, super excited. You're the only one excited for studies? I love neuroscience, dude. I love understanding how our nervous systems work. I can't see. The Kowloon likes studying? Yes, the cow. You know, wait. Don't vote call or anything like that, because guess what? On YouTube, on my VODs, for whatever reason, my study streams get really good traction. They get better traction than my actual gaming VODs. Like, I think one video is sitting at 3, and it was like released within the past week, and then the study has like over 40 views, and I'm like, huh? What? So people like study streams. Them finding out you're a weeb? Honestly. Oh, look! Recommended tab! Let's go! Let's go! Wait, let me read this. I see that you have your name pronunciation, so I'm not gonna heck it up. Hello, your stream showed up on my recommendation tab. I thought your model looked nice. Thank you! So far? Wait. My model will now turn ugly. Wait, no, so far. No, I read that wrong. I couldn't read. I'm so sorry. This is not mocking. This is me being stupid. I can't read. So far, your content's great. See, there you go. Now my content turns ugly. Your content is great and entertaining. Keep up the good vibes, rolling. Rolling. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Darling. Oh, before I forget, my name is pronounced Kai Pierion. Apologies for the entire paragraph. I'm not that great at compliments. You're absolutely fine. Absolutely no hecking worries. Hi, Kai Pierion. Kai Pierion. Thank you so very much for the compliment. I do appreciate you very, very, very much. Welcome. Oh no, you made it for the study portion though. Oh no. I got a YouTube subscriber. Let's go! I don't know how to change these notifications for YouTube, so I apologize. But thank you for the follow. Hope you see the VOD. I hope you see the VOD. And Kai Period. Sorry, you're gonna hear me like pause and stutter for a while until I get the name. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cow Club. Welcome. Cow making alternate accounts for those VODs? Oh my goodness, really? The cow. Downloading the videos into my brain. Let's go. Monta says maybe people use your streams to help them with their courses and take advantage of that niche. Let's go! Taking advantage of a niche! Let's go! Things haven't turned ugly yet. Oh, BRB. Do I want to do the gimmick? Huh? Did you get recommended from Tippa's YouTube studies? Oh yeah, did you? A little bit? Oh my goodness, welcome! I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Sorry, this is still a thing, by the way, that I have. The gimmick? This tracking is so weird. Okay, I go back. It's her! It's me! Huh? This is the default model that they have on Luppet. Ayo? What the heck? This isn't Tip. It's me now. It's my voice. it's my rebranding. It's that random schoolgirl with no facial expression. She has facial expressions. You could even blend them in if you really wanted to, you know? It's all really fun. I like fun. Oh my goodness, I've not seen this default model in a hot minute. Me either. Alright, let me get out of here. Heck the gimmick. We're going back to studying. This is a cosmic horror! Abort! Go man. The hand stayed. Sorry. Alright, Ta-da! I'm back! Alright, let's get to it, okay? Wow, gotta hand it to you, Tip. Thank you. I love hands. I love hands. Hi, Jameli. Hi, welcome. Yeah, I thought at first that the gimmick was hands without the body. Listen, this is the hands that make me look like I'm always doing something, okay? I'm on my computer tippa-tapping away, watch. I am tippa-tapping away, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Look at me, work really hard. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Anyway. Alright, let's get to it, okay? Because it's an hour and 20 minutes. And I haven't studied anything, so we have to be super productive, okay? Not overly productive, but like enough that it's like, hey, I reviewed this and I can feel better about myself. Oh my gosh, she's working so hard. Oh my gosh. Thank you for noticing. Wow, look at you. Hard work typed out. It did. I love typing OIASD after. I'm not gonna read all that. Okay, that convinced me. What a hard worker. Thank you. Alright, okay, study time. So our plan today is that we're gonna pretty much go over all the notes that I've taken so far in my neuroanatomy class. There's some like breakdowns and summaries we could do. I'm not gonna review everything, but we will try to go through most things. So hopefully we might be here for a minute, a very hot minute. A very hot, maybe 180 minutes, but that's okay. That's okay. I definitely want to see if I can end before 8 though. So I don't know if I did that math right. I didn't, but I'm gonna try to see if I can speed around it a little bit. But welcome to Neuroscience. Your knowledge is basically my knowledge, so this is gonna be super exciting. Let me know again if I'm ever too quiet, if the music is too loud, etc, etc, etc. So this course stressed me out. This is not me ranting, venting, yeah, one of those. But they basically threw a bunch of information to us and they said, hey, you'll actually learn all this later. And I'm like, then why did you show it to us now? But there's some things that we just need to keep in note. But let's start with the super baby foundations of neuroanatomy, okay? So our introduction. So our nervous system, we have two nervous systems. We have our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system. Our central nervous system is going to be very simple. It's just going to be our brain and spinal cord. So anything outside the brain and spinal cord is going to be our peripheral nervous system, hence the name peripheral as well. If you're not familiar with peripheral, aren't you familiar with at least maybe the term peripheral vision? Like, you know, someone's like, oh, do you see me? Even though they're not directly in front of us, but they're on our sides. They're in our peripheries. They're on our like side vision. So, with that in mind, the peripheral nervous system, or the PNS, can be our cranial nerves and ganglion, our spinal nerves and dorsal root ganglion. So our cranial nerves we talked about a little bit earlier in that little at Miss Pink Doodle when we got that fun bearcat school fact redeemed by Luma. That we have 12 cranial nerves, and our cranial nerve 2, or second cranial nerve, the optic nerve, is going to be the cranial nerve that provides us sight or vision. Spinal nerves we'll talk about a little bit later with the dorsal root ganglion when we talk about the differences between ventral and dorsal, what's motor, what's sensory, what input goes where. Our sympathetic and parasympathetic nerve and ganglion, so again our fight or flight, or the rest and digest. And we have the enteric nervous system. This is going to be in relationship to our stomach or anything with digestion, okay? Yes, spinal nerves, I feel those a lot. Oh. So let's talk about us. Wow, point right, point left emoji, us. No, seriously, let's talk about how we develop. So we could talk about embryological development, and it's going to be a series of 5 events. So our first one is going to be neurulation. Neurulation is just going to be the formation of the neural crest and neural tube. And again, if none of this makes sense, no worries. We're going to talk more in depth. This is just kind of an overview of the 5 steps before we go more in depth. So we have neurulation, again, the formation of the neural crest and neural tube. Then we have cell proliferation within that neural tube that's formed. From there, step 3 is going to be migration and aggregation of cells with indefinite location. So basically making sure things are going where they need to go and gathering where they need to be. Number 4 is going to be the formation of axonal and dendritic processes, or dendritic, yes, dendritic processes. And our fifth one, our last event, is going to be synaptogenesis, where what's going to happen here is that there's going to be a connection between the nerve cells or our muscle cells. And again, we're going to talk more about that in depth. So stage 1, neurulation. So again, that summary was formation of the neural crest and neural tube. So what is any of that? So pretty much when you're being conceived, is that how you say how you're being conceived? By day 14, your embryo, or known as the gastrula at that time, is beginning the process of gastrulation. So gastrulation is going to be this process where 3 cellular layers are going to start forming, and this is going to be the foundation or our building blocks of our nervous system. So our first one, our most outer layer, so we're going from superficial to deep. Our outer layer is going to be ectoderm. Ectoderm is again going to be the most outer layer, ecto, while our most inner layer is going to be endoderm. Ooh, funny how that works out. So the ectoderm is actually going to form into our entire nervous system, and that's going to provide us our sensory organs, our epidermis, and nervous system. In the middle, starts with an M as well, so that's also a really good indicator in case anyone's lost, confused, or wants to remember the name, or it's something like easy to identify, which also might be a question. I don't know how much you guys are really interested in doing like dumb quiz questions with me, but when we talk about the stages, I think I got a question or quiz thing for you, and I'll put it into a poll and we'll see if you're right or wrong. Okay? Yeah. We could do prediction. That would be fun, right? Actually, that might be funner than a quiz. Yeah, actually, let's do that. Anyway, so mesoderm is going to be our middle layer, and that's going to form the dermis, the muscles, the skeletal muscles, the excretory, the things that secrete and excrete, and our circulatory system. And then our most inner layer, because again, superficial deeper, is our endoderm. And like endoderm, which is going to form our internal organs. So ectoderm is going to be our pretty much entire nervous system. Mesoderm is like the middleman, dealing with more of our deeper layers, the dermis, the skeletal muscles, excretory, and circulatory system. And endoderm is going to be our internal organs. Okay, remember that might be a question. Alright, so that's by day 14. Well, crazy, right? Your body, you basically, as soon as you're conceived, I still don't know if that's the right word, or in the process of being conceived, you just form. So by day 14, that's all that's happening. We have our 3 layers again, which is going to be that process of gastrulation. So let's go move on. So a week later, by day 21, and saying that you measure less than 4 millimeters, you're going to begin with the presence of mesodermal structures called the notochord. So this notochord is going to include overlaying dorsal medial ectoderm to differentiate into the neuroectoderm. Wow, Tippa, that was a lot of words you just drew at me. Yeah, I know. Let's break it down, okay? So, now we have a new structure into this picture, and it's called the notochord. I hope that's how you say it. The notochord is going to help with the ectoderm, which again is our most outer layer in that gastrulation process, which is going to form that nervous system, and it's going to help differentiate and basically start forming and separating certain things. Or organizing it, I suppose. I'm ready to take the same test as Tippa. Josh, I don't know how to tell you, but we're only on Patreon out of 116. I don't know if you're ready. Oh my goodness. So the notochord is gonna differentiate the ectoderm into the neuroectoderm. And that neuroectoderm that we're having is actually just a thicker layer than the ectoderm. And the neuroectoderm, the alternate way we can call it, is a neural plate. So by day 21, we're forming our neural plate. what's going to happen is that the margins of the neuron plate, margins like being the sides, like, you know, the margin of like a piece of paper. I'm sure you cubs are familiar with the paper that we had at school with the red line and then the blue lines, and then they're like, oh, right in the margins or here on the left, you know. Or like in a Word document when you're formatting, it's like, do you want narrow margins, no margins, what are you chaotic? These margins are the neural plate are going to elevate and create a depression called the neural groove. And Monte says each of us studies 2 pages and we'll get that covered for you. Let's go! No, but I can't. Cheating's bad. As much as I support I support the support that my cubs give me, it's the idea that, oh my goodness, I know this sounds cheesy, but if I don't know it and I'm trying to cheat the system, I'm only cheating myself and the future people that I help. So boo, I gotta do it the modest, honest way. Boo. Do them the margins, I remember? Good. So our neuroectoderm is going to be our neural plate, and the neural plate, what's going to happen again, the margin. So let's say these 2 pieces of paper, or you could place 2 of your hands together side by side, pinkies touching, split them off just a little bit and elevate it. And it's like, oh no, but I left the little middle piece down there. Well, that's okay, because that little middle piece that you've created is actually gonna you raising your arms like that is simulating the neural plate elevating and creating that depression. So there's like a little space in between them, and that's gonna be called the neural groove. So what's gonna happen is that when the edges of the neural groove fuse, that's gonna be our neural tube. So it's like, oh, okay, there's a lot of neuro. I get it. Keep with me right now. So the neural tube is going to develop the entire central nervous system. And what did we say the entire central nervous system was? What 2 aspects? If you said the brain and the spinal cord, you are correct. So that tube that we had just formed with our kind of hands, I guess, if we did that example, is forming to our entire brain and spinal cord along with its cavity to become the ventricular system. The ventricular system is basically your brain juice. Have you ever heard of CSF? CSF is just brain juice, or CSF stands for cerebral spinal fluid, and that's going to basically help provide support with the surrounding brain tissues, etc., that are produced in the choroid plexus. And that's going to help align many of the ventricles and many of the areas in the brain. Yeah. So this is a picture of it. I don't really care for the pictures, to be honest. Brain juice. So you have the notochord, which is what again? Our neural plate. That neural plate is going to elevate and create a depression. But it's really confusing because it says that the notochord is here, but then the plate is right here. But then the plate, you see the plate is elevating, and then that's creating our depression or groove. This is confusing, but this makes sense. Oh no, we have a Kanye West quoter in here? No, I'm so sorry. Hold on. We don't appreciate. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a baby. I don't like curse words in my chat. But I can appreciate the Minecraft video that came with it. Or how they look like Minecraft people. Anyway, so let's go back. So we have day 14 with the gastrulation. Day 21, we're forming our central nervous system through the neural tube. And so now we're a week later at day 28, so just almost approximately a month. Gotta give our neurons a better destiny. May our neurons go to a better place. Anyway, by day 28, when the edges of the neural groove fuse, the structure is called the neural tube, which develops into the entire central nervous system. So we got that down. So when that's happening and getting finalized and etc., at the time of fusion, there's a differentiation of cells referred to as the neural crest cells. These neural crest cells are going to develop most into our peripheral nervous system, or our PNS. So what's going to happen is that these neurocrest cells are going to represent our dorsal root ganglion, which is going to help relay for sensory nerve impulses. It's going to help create and develop the cranial nerve ganglion, which are going to be located at the cranial nerve 5, which is our trigeminal, 7, which is our facial. Oh gosh, I can't read. 9 for our glossopharyngeal, and 10 for our vagus cranial nerves. That's where they're going to be located, these particular ganglion. So I started reading Roman numerals very late in my life. In my years of Forever 17, it wasn't until I got to graduate school where I had to learn how to read Roman numerals. I've somehow avoided it for a very long time. But that's okay. Alright, neurocrest cells are also going to develop into our autonomic ganglion, which is going to be our sympathetic and parasympathetic, and our Schwann cells are going to develop, which is going to be the manglia cells of the PNS, which is going to wrap around the axons of the motor and sensory neurons to help form the myelin sheath in that peripheral nervous system. So here are just the pictures of that tube forming. Yay! Alright. We're almost to this part, so this is actually really neat. So what's gonna happen is like, oh cool, we're getting that neural groove and that neural tube and everything's going great, right? So that neuron groove that we were just mentioning here, that's gonna form into our neural tube, what's happening is that as it's closing up, the closure is going to first begin in the thoracic region, and it's going to move caudally, which means caudally is just another fancy anatomical word for basically tailbone, and then it's going to move somewhere later cranially, and you can pretty much assume that's the opposite. Cranial refers to our our head, our brain. It's going up, it's going more superior. Okay, so the neural tube is going to take approximately 1 week to form. So, and we were talking about that. Day 14 is when the neural tube is starting, and then for it to like fully form and it getting its process, it's going to be another 7 days later. Correct? Yeah. See, day 21 and then day 28, it's still forming. Okay? And so as it closes, it's going to separate from the overlaying ectoderm, and what's going to happen is that the ends are going to remain open for about 2 weeks, and excuse me. And what's going to happen is that these two ends are going to be referred to as the anterior and posterior neuropores. So this can get a little bit wacky, and we'll talk about the defects in neurulation, okay? In just one moment. We're kind of moving on to the next section, so if anyone is interested, I will do a prediction. I will be more than happy to do a prediction for this kind of stuff. So let's see. Quiz time is yes, no. Ta-da! I put a 10-minute quiz. Oh no, Tip, I was only joking about being ready for the test. Oh gosh, I don't have my eye clicker. You don't need an eye clicker where you're going. So I did a little prediction because I think it's just really fun to gamble channel points. I mean, a poll is also really nice because you get that instant gratification, like whether you're right or wrong, and I get to tell you. But we could bet points. So, the quiz question is basically, does our endoderm form our central nervous system? So, the brain and spinal cord. I should have probably wrote that all out, but it is what it is. So, I'll put that up for 10 minutes and then we'll continue on, okay? And then I'll say the answer afterwards, too. So, defects in neurulation. So, neurulation, again, is going to be that process of the neural tube closing. So what's going to happen if we have any issues with the anterior posterior neural pores not closing? So we might have something that you guys might be familiar with, which is called spina bifida. Spina bifida is also known as I shouldn't have tried to say that. But basically, have you seen the pictures with like the babies with the big ball on the back? I wonder if there's a picture. Do I have it in an IRL picture? No, I mean, they're kind of spooky, but it's like this. And I'll explain like the different forms, etc., etc., okay? So what happens is that if we have failure of the posterior neuropore to close, remember that posterior is going to be in reference to our the neurotube that's going more caudally or more down. We might have 4 different types of spina bifida varying from kind of severity. So our first one is going to be spina bifida occulta. So this is primarily a bone defect with no neural involvement. So yeah, you have like a bump, but you know, it's actually hidden. No one would see it unless, you know, the hospital's doing tests to double check to say like, hey, if your kid is healthy or not. Our second type of spina bifida is going to be the meningeal seal. That's going to be a sac, so very visible, not hidden, not occulta, because occulta means hidden, by the way, in Latin. This is going to be a sac protruding from the spinal cord containing the meninges. The meninges we'll talk a little bit about later, but this is your brain layers. We talked about pad, or we also talked about dab, depending on what order you want to say it. But pad is our pia mater, our arachnoid matter, and our dura mater, which we'll talk about again a little bit later. But they're just a protective layer for the brain that kind of goes down to the spinal cord. So that second type of spina bifida is going to involve them. Our third type is going to be the myelial seal, which is going to be a spinal cord protrusion with no skin over this pocket, which is kind of spooky to look at. And then our last type of spina bifida is going to be the myelomeningocele, which is going to be sacs containing both meninges and the spinal cord, which is really, really, really spooky, super, super sensitive. You don't really want your spinal cord sticking out of you. Hi Alex, welcome back, welcome back. So here is the same information but with images this time. So this is the occulta, where it's kind of like, oh, it's a bone defect. You're supposed to have another bone here, but it is not here, and I don't know. I don't think there's really anything much you could do with that, you know. Let's see. The second one, the meningeal seal, that's going to be the sac protruding with the meninges coming in as well. The myelial seal, which is going to be a spinal cord protrusion with no skin over the pocket, so you can like see everything, which is really spooky. And then our last one again is going to be the myelomeningocele, which is that big sac that you'll see containing both the meninges, that again layers of the spinal cord, and the actual spinal cord itself. Sorry, layers of the brain, like, and the spinal cord. There you go. And so here are other like different images that you're more than welcome to look at. Closed defect is going to be the first one that we talked about, the meningeal seal, and then the open defects are these right here, the myelomeningocele, and the other one. Cries. Spooky? Just a little bit, to be honest. So what happens with this is that development. Actually, let me not look at that picture for too long. So what happens with spina bifida patients is that there's a high association with this thing called hydrocephalus, which is going to be an abnormal buildup of fluid within the ventricles, which we talked about earlier. We talked about again that neurotube is going to help make the central nervous system, which is going to be the brain, spinal cord, as well as its ventricular system. So if we're having abnormalities with that, what's gonna happen is that you, with someone with spina bifida, is more likely going to be associated with hydrocephalus, which is going to again be that buildup in that ventricular system. TLDR, too much brain juice. And it's kind of like, Tippa, I need all the brain juice I can get. And it's like, no you don't, no you don't. You don't. What's gonna happen is that anything in excess is a bad thing, so this buildup, pretty bad. So what's happening right here is that you may need to do shunting. Shunting basically is a procedure where they, this is a kind assumption, stick a needle in your head and basically drain the liquid out, basically. So this is what happens when you have a child with hydrocephalus. They just have a big brain, humongous brain, gigantic. But that's not because of actually their brain, it's all the swelling that they're having in their head, which is absolutely spooky, you know? Can be fixable, but this is where Megamind comes from. So if that's a defect with spina bifida and the posterior neuropore, What about the anterior then? So for the anterior, what's going to happen is that we're going to have anencephaly. Anencephaly is going to be the result of the failure of the anterior neural port closing properly. Look, if this neural tube is supposed to form our brain and spinal cord, and that neural tube going up does not complete itself, it makes sense that the brain is not able to fully develop, or the head may not be able to fully develop like that. Portions of the brain do not develop, which usually result in a non-viable fetus. A lot of babies who are born with anencephaly do not live very long. I think the longest living baby that I am personally aware of, it might be like 2 years old. I don't really recommend looking at photos if you're faint of heart, but here's like a drawing of it basically. On the right is a normal baby. On the left is a baby with an underdeveloped brain. Their head literally looks like it's cut off. So spooky. But yeah, that's what happens when you have kind of like a, how do you call it? This is really not on purpose. Things happen in life, but honestly, this is just a process that happens in pregnancy, and I don't really know how to necessarily address the anterior neuropore results, but I know a lot of people recommend taking like folic acid and whatnot if you're pregnant to help develop the spinal cord and to avoid and minimize your chances of spina bifida. Okay, so now, let's talk a little bit more about that neural tube, okay? So the neural tube, as we said, forming the brain and spinal cord, it's actually, this is kind of weird, but this is actually gonna like grow in segments. I wonder if there's a picture. Yeah, you're gonna look like this. You're gonna look like a little smiling friend guy. Hi, Abbott. Hi. Welcome. When I was in class, they teach something similar in biology class. Yeah, I think, though this is obviously particular in neuroscience, I think biology and anatomy covers like very basics of everything. I don't think they're gonna go too in depth with like, the different brain divisions, but like, hey, just know your brain. Have a vague idea at least, you know? So, for the neural tube is gonna kind of segment itself into different areas. So let's actually start from the top, okay? I hope studying's going great. It is. I was stalling for a good hour and 15 minutes, but we are a-okay now. I am on that train. Study train. Yeah. But thank you. I appreciate ya. Alright. So starting from the top. So we have our yes. So we talked about the segments, right? So yes, brain, spinal cord, but let's break the brain down into 3 different parts, and it's gonna be broken down even further, which is so much, but it's whatever. The brain is special like that. So we have our forebrain, our midbrain, and our hindbrain. The forebrain can also be called the procephalon. The procephalon or forebrain can now be further divided into this 2 other segments or divisions called telecephalon and diencephalon. So the telencephalon right here is this green part. The telencephalon or our forebrain is going to be forming to form our cerebral hemisphere. So, when people are like, oh, are you left brain or are you a right brain? Those are our 2 different hemispheres. We have the cerebral cortex, which is basically like the whole brain itself, and how we can divide it out to, frontal brain, temporal brain, occipital brain, and parietal brain. Oh, I said brain. I meant lobes. But we'll talk about that more later. They have the subcortical white matter, basal ganglion, basal forebrain nuclei. That's all telecephalon. Telecephalon is a lot. Then again, the procephalon is also going to divide into the diencephalon, which is going to be our thalamus, which is a pretty neat messenger area or relay area, which we'll talk about later. Hypothalamus and epithalamus. Purple says, don't you think it's totally amazing how one cell can create the complex structure in the body? If, for example, brain, cardiovascular system do successfully nearly every time? I think that is super insane. Honestly, I think humans are very amazing, like developmental wise. Not even just going from like a neuroscience aspect, but I guess we should, but yeah. And a neuroscience aspect of what we're just learning now is just like, oh yeah, by the way, this happens within a month of you being like conceived. It's like, what? Huh? You're forming? That's crazy. But no, with that, I mean, there's also some weird complications and whatnot too, so we always have to watch out. But so earlier today, wow, I made this sound like something. 10 minutes ago we had like a little quiz question. So I put it into the form of a prediction. So the quiz question was, does the endoderm form our CNS? There's about 1,000 channel points and 5 people who voted yes, and there's 10 points or 1 person to the person who voted no. Point left, point right emoji. Congratulations to that 1 person who said no. I'm so sorry, Erika. The endoderm does not form the what do you call it? It does not form the CNS. The ectoderm forms the central nervous system. The endoderm is gonna form the I believe enteric nervous system. Oh boy, time to go back. Yeah, the enteric nervous system, or the internal organs. Dang, we copied the wrong notes. It's absolutely a-okay. Don't worry, I got another question, so it's absolutely a-okay. Anyway, so that's a prosencephalon. Then we have the mesocephalon, which is going to be our midbrain, and that's going to form the cerebral peduncles, the midbrain tectum, and the midbrain tegmentum. Sure. Then again, we're gonna have our last part of our brain, which is our hindbrain, and this hindbrain is gonna form or further develop or divide into these 2 other sections called the metacephalon and the myelencephalon. Who's the funky T-posing kind of picture? That's our brain. I was so convinced by the confidence of the 1K bet. Don't give in to the majority. Don't do it. Don't do it. That's our brain and spinal cord, I guess. So the metacephalon is going to form our pons and our cerebellum, and the myelencephalon is going to form our medulla. So this is a lot of words, right? Yeah, I agree. So what's happening here is also, by the way, I don't know if this would help. I don't know if this is better. I hope it is. I wish it was like 100. Oh wait, you can custom type. Yeah, let's go. And you can custom type a magnification. That's so good. Anyway, this is kind of a lot, to be honest, but the way that we can kind of differentiate or kind of memorize this, not really a mnemonic, is we can think of this as ABC order. Well, you kind of already have to know the prosencephalon. That's kind of its own unique thing. It has a lot of stuff. I apologize, there's kind of no avoiding that. But for when we start at mesencephalon, the midbrain, and go down, those are a little bit easier to remember. So what I mean by ABC order, we have MES, mesencephalon. So that's first. When we compare it to metencephalon, which starts with a T, and we have myelencephalon, which is down here. So ABCs, yay, for all the M's that we have right there. But let's again just go over this again really quick for my own sake as well. Neural tube is going to close, and it's going to form our central nervous system, our brain and spinal cord. From there, our central nervous system again is going to be further divided into these segments, which are going to further divide into secondary segments. So our main segments that we're talking about are the prosencephalon, or the forebrain, which is going to divide into the telecephalon and the diencephalon. The telecephalon is going to be all those cool things that we see in that list that we will talk about in a little bit, but I will repeat it, I guess. The cerebral hemispheres, the cerebral cortex, subcortical white matter, basal ganglion, and the basal forebrain nuclei. The diencephalon is also going to be a part of the prosencephalon, or again our forebrain. Forebrain, by the way, is the front of our brain, and the diencephalon is going to form the thalamus, hypothalamus, and epithalamus. Now we can get into our ABC order. Let's go to our midbrain right now, starting with our first M word. That M word is going to be mesencephalon, or midbrain. So you could go M and M, mesencephalon midbrain, mesencephalon midbrain, mesencephalon midbrain. And the midbrain is going to have our cerebral peduncles, midbrain tectum, and tegmentum. From there, ABC order, again, we have the metacephalon, which is going to be our secondary division from our main division of the hindbrain, or also known as the rhombencephalon. The metacephalon is going to form our pons and cerebrum, and then we have the myelencephalon, which is going to be the medulla. From there, we got all our brain together, and then the spinal cord. So, ta-da! Wow, to think that your brain is naming itself, I think it's a little crazy. So yeah, neural tube forms several swellings and outpouchings in the head that develop into the brain. Whole part of the neural tube running down the back. Huh? Did I? Are these old notes? No, they're not old notes. Okay. Sorry, I copy and pasted some other notes that I had previously. The brain is the only one who named itself. The brain is the most important organ. It is. I have to agree. Alright, sorry, I'm taking a little snack break. Hold on. Nom, 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 nom. Alright. Hold on. I took like a little piece of this like brownie that I got. It's a fiber brownie. It's actually not too bad, to be honest. It's just sticky. It's stuck. Let me hydrate actually then. Okay, so the cranial end of the neural tube expands quicker than the caudal end. So that means that our brains can develop a little bit faster than everything going down a little bit lower towards our tailbone. We talked about these already, our forebrain, midbrain, and hindbrain, the prosencephalon, the mesencephalon, the rhomboencephalon, and that's going to be developed, or these 3 primary vesicles are going to become 5 secondary vesicles, which is the telecephalon, diencephalon, mesencephalon, metacephalon, and myelencephalon. Too many words. Anyway, this is what we look like, and then we can talk about the different kind of flexures that we have. So, what does this mean? Let's talk about it. The imbalance between the rate of embryo expansion and the available space results in the development of flexures. Flexures is just a really fancy word for turn, bends, or folds of the brain. The 2 primary flexures are responsible for the perpendicular arrangement of the hemispheres in the brainstem. Wow, amazing. So our first flexure is going to develop into the cephalic flexure, which is going to mark the division between the brain and the brainstem. Ta-da! Our second flexure is going to be the cervical flexure, which is going to be the junction of our spinal cord to the brain. Dun-dun! And our third flexure is the pontine, named after the pons. Pontine flexure is going to be found on the dorsum, or the back of the brain, and it's the future side of the cerebellum. So dun-dun! So this is basically to answer, hey, why is our brain so wrinkly? Because we have these things called flexures, which is the turn, bends, and folds, because we're just a tiny baby embryo, you know, when we're developing. There's not really much room in the head of an embryo because we're still trying to develop all that. So to make up for it, our body decides, hey, we're just gonna fold the brain. And it's like, what? And it's like, yeah. Sure. Alright, don't get spooked out, but this is a spinal cord. Alright, so the development of the spinal cord shows that initially the spinal cord extends from the medulla to the end of the embryonic tail. The spinal cord at birth ends at about L3, so lumbar vertebral level 3, and in the adult it ends in L2. So it's kind of like, wait, why does it go higher? Why does it shorten? It's because we get bigger, and it only goes 1 level up, so... So, we keep talking about this tailbone, embryonic tail, so what more tail things can we talk about? So we could talk about something called the progressive elongation of the quadrae equina. quada equina, which is going to be the nerve root at the end of the spinal cord. This is mostly going to provide sensory innervation to the saddle area or the pelvic area and the filum terminale. So the filum terminale is a very interesting, very distinguished extension of pia mater that extends from the terminal end of the spinal cord to the tailbone. It's super distinguishable if you ever see it in person, but this picture does not really give it justice. But I mean, I guess you can kind of see it, but anyway. So yeah, we'll keep going with this because this is just telling us again about our main 3 divisions. We could talk about the forebrain, midbrain, hindbrain. That was all of stage 1, and stage 1 was neurulation. We have 5 stages. Isn't that crazy? I hate it here. No, I'm just kidding. So now we can move on with stage 2. So now we're going to talk about cell proliferation. I'm trying to think of what other prediction question maybe we could do though. Let's see. Prediction. Oh boy, this is going to be a long stream. Yeah, we're only on page 10 out of 116 too, so should have probably done this a little bit earlier, but it's okay. Let's see. Quiz. Oh, yeah. Is the anterior neural pore? Did I spell that right? It's even too many words. Hey, I'll do another 10-minute quiz, quote unquote prediction. So I'm so sorry about the formatting. It only lets me do so many characters, but the question is the anterior neuropore responsible for spina bifida? Which sounds really weird, but the idea of the question is, if there's a defect, an anterior neuropore is responsible for spina bifida? Yes or no? You don't need to answer, it's just very fun. Like, ooh, active recall. I'm gonna take a bite, one more of this brownie. I actually did cook and eat, but I guess I didn't eat enough. Okay, stage 2, cell proliferation. So for cell proliferation, that's going to be within the neural tube, so within our formation of the central nervous system. The development seen in the cross-section of the neural tube is going to start with the appearance of this thing called the sulcus limitans, which is going to be a bilateral furrow along the inner surfaces of the neural tube, which divides the tube into ventral and dorsal portions. So we have this thing right here. Here's our neural tube. Right here's our sulcus limitus. This is going to be that bilateral furrow along the inner surfaces, which is going to again divide it dorsal or ventral. So the dorsal portion of this is going to be referred to as the alar plate. The alar plate is going to be the future site of sensory neuron and tracts. There's a really dumb thing that I like to say. The way you could distinguish between what is sensory and what is motor. Let me actually just say it after I explain the motor portion. No, I feel like I'm spoiling it, so one moment. Dorsal, by the way, means the back. So if we talked about the back and we said that was the sensory, and that's the alar plate, then what about the opposite? Where is the front? So the front, otherwise known as the ventral portion, is called the basal plate that is the future site of primary for motor system development. So what does that mean? Alright, we'll explain it more in detail when we talk about it, but basically just know any motor innervation is going to be from the front, any sensory information is going to be from the back. a cool way to memorize it, in my opinion, is that, you know, when people vent, they're like, I'm so angry, I'm venting. Do you mind if I vent to you? Well, when people vent, it's normally like a lot of mouth talking. It's a lot of motor movement. Or if you're not talking, then you're like angrily typing. And if you're not doing either and you're being sus in Among Us, then that's also a pretty active thing to do. That involves your motor system. So all that is just a word association with vent or ventral being associated with motor, and not a process of elimination. If you know that, then you know dorsal is going to be sensory. This is not really as cool to memorize, but how I memorize dorsal is that I feel like I am more sensitive or more spooked out from the back. Like if someone was going to be like whisper, they'd be like, hey Tip, I'm like, oh, sensory. So yeah, that is the way to memorize it. Dorsal, like dorsal fin? Yeah. That's exactly how you can know it's the back, but you gotta know what's motor and what's sensory. So might be a good other quiz question after this. So we're still talking about cell proliferation, right? So with that, what's happening is that we're following the closure of the neural tube. So basically what's happening with that is that the neuroepithelial cells are dividing rapidly, leading to the addition of a great number of cells to the tube. So what's going to happen is that these cells, the postmeiotic cells that have divided and leave the meiotic cycle, are going to be pushed externally. As they're pushed externally, we're going to start forming layers. So what's going to happen is that the first layer to appear is called the ventricular system. Then we have the marginal system, and then we have the mantle layer. They differentiate into layers by the process of interkinetic nuclear migration. That's a lot, right? That's a lot. So understand that the neural tube is closing. We have all these cells. They're dividing. They're dividing. The neuroepithelial cells are dividing. When they're dividing, they're doing their meiotic cycle, and the meiotic cycle cells are the postmeiotic cells, post meaning after, and then they're going to form these layers. Ventricle layer, we're working superficial to deep. So ventricle is going to be our most outer layer, marginal is going to be our most inner layer, or middle layer, and the most inner layer is the mantle. Kind of makes sense because we already talked about the ventricular system being the ventricular system in our brain, you know, all that brain juice that's flowing. That's pretty superficial, right? And then we could say the middle layer is marginal layer, which starts with an M. And before you're like, Tip up, a mantle also starts with an M. Think of like the mantle of the earth. is that how would you say it? Mantle of the earth? Mantle core? Mantle... I haven't looked at the earth in a while. Don't they say like mantle core? What are the three layers of the mantle? Oh, you see? Ta-da! Earth sciences in middle school did not fail me. Ay. Alright. One moment. So the neural tube divides first into two zones. So we have a germinal layer or an intermediate layer. Later the marginal zone is added. So yeah. Remember, thank you, baby. I appreciate it. Thank you. I love wacky stories to tell my classmates, and they'll be like, huh? And I'll be like, huh? Excuse me. So let's talk about the zones. So I had like conflicting notes, so this is gonna kind of suck, but it's truly whatever. I can definitely ask this later. So the germinal or epidermal layer, maybe also the ventricle layer. No, this layer is gonna be the most inner layer. I'm so sorry. The mantle's the outer. My bad. It goes from deeper to superficial. So the ventricle layer, or the germinal layer, the epidermal layer, is going to be the most inner layer. That's going to help line the central canal and ventricles. These cells are going to help develop cilia. They're going to help move that cerebral spinal fluid, or the CSF. Oh. I just noticed my picture was cutting off. My bad. Alright, The middle layer, it still holds as true, I guess, is the intermediate mantle layer. That layer is going to become gray matter of the spinal cord due to the cell bodies that are there. We'll talk about this a little bit later, but just know that, hey, if you have gray matter is most likely going to be gray because of the cell bodies, while white matter is white because I don't remember. Hopefully I'll see it in the notes soon, but I don't remember. My bad. Anyway, so apparently a note that they had wrote was the Solkin's limitin, which we talked about earlier, that bilateral furrow is going to appear above the appears above is the alar plate, which is sensory, and below is the basilar plate. So, yay. Hold on, Cubs. One moment. So sorry about that. I've had the spam caller call me multiple times, and I realize sometimes the spam people are not, what do you call it? Oh no, I shouldn't. Wait, hold on. Maybe I can explain the story from far away. But one moment. Basically, I don't know if spam callers are really spam callers. That's all. Sorry, I also forgot it's dark outside and I still have my window open and I didn't want any neighbors looking at me. my bad. Thank you for explaining that, distant tip. No problem. Alright. Howdy, it's been a long time? It hasn't been that long, hopefully. Hopefully not. Yeah. So I answered it. But then no one answered. And then I think they said my mom's name, and then I'm like, oh, not for me anyway. Anyway. Alright, so marginal layer. So I don't know why the white matter is white. I kind of forgot. If the gray matter is for cell bodies, I feel like the white layer was because of the axons, but my brain doesn't really remember. I feel so dummy. Excuse me. But how do you say it? Alex says, reminds me of a meme, literally, why are you white? It reminds me when I was in news stream earlier. New is so funny. She asked Artie, she's like, Artie, do you still want to be white? I'm like, what? I understand though. I understand. Because it's like, oh yeah, like I'm very pale, but I'm not that pale, or I'm not as pale as my model, and I'm like, oh, okay. So funny. Whoops. Pass notes around and chat while the teacher's gone? No thank you. You know what we can do, however. Hold on. our last quiz question, because I did BRB. So the question was, in very poor writing, was, is the anterior neuroport, there was like a defect for it, responsible for spina bifida? Here's the outcome. I am going to apologize to any of the cubs. So the answer is no. The anterior, neuroport is not responsible if there's a defect, not responsible for spina bifida. It would be the posterior. So congratulations, because it looks like there's 3 votes for a little over 1,000. And it looks like Alex has won 1,000 points. So congratulations. Bachi, 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 bachi. But yeah. I forgot to do a raffle too, so I guess I can do that as well. But hi Ultra, hey hi! Most adorable nerd, BRB crying, BRB crying. Like, was it the dork simulator yesterday? Well, have I changed? Thank you for the headband though. Thank you. But have I changed? Am I a dork? But thank you for the warm welcome as always, Ultra. Hey, welcome. Say hi, welcome. Alright, let me get the raffle because I BRB without a raffle, so I feel a little bad. Alright, back to the chatting. Now I'm rich, let's go. You're gonna get Tipanya in no time. I believe in you. Alright, so let's see. The marginal layers, outermost, becomes processes, the cell body, wait, matter. Okay. Alright, so I guess this is interesting. So, did you know that neurons are terminal cells and that they're not going to divide later in life? Neurons lost over time are not going to be replaced, so this is just something that we've come to terms with a very long time ago, and it's the idea of someone loses something due maybe some kind of like traumatic injury or whatnot. They're just not able to recover it because we're not able to like reproduce neurons like that. They're not gonna like replicate. So the embryonic cell proliferation is going to lead to about an estimated 85 billion cells within our central nervous system, within our brain and spinal cord, and all that's going to be controlled by our genetics, our hormones, our growth factors, cell-to-cell interaction, and opioids. So though we grow and develop, our brain is going to increase in weight and size, but there's not going to be any additional neurons. So here's our brain at about 25 weeks, and then here's our brain when we're an adult. Looks like coral. Congratulations to the raffle winners! Bachi. Ultra says you're sweet and wholesome, Christ, and precious, Christ, and I'm going to hold you close, Christ, and pat your head, Christ, and tell you what a smart. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope all the studying though does not increase, or there's no additional neurons, will make my brain grow 10 times. I will prove to be the smartest bearcat any of you cubs have ever known. So basically, cries. Any nice deed starts crying. Any nice comment, cries. Mutual respect, cries. Anyway. So, yeah, our brain is forming all, like, funky, but you know why it's funky like that, other than the folds that we learned about? It's also going to be due to increase of dendrites, the growth of axons, vascularization, so our blood supply, our myelination, so we'll talk about myelin sheath in a little bit, and, the development of synapses. So, in the first 2 years of life, the brain is going to double in its size. Bits! Oh no! Thank you for 1,000 bits, I appreciate it. Itty bitty bits. Tipanya is too pure for this world, we don't deserve it. I will now ascend as the new bearcat overlord. She's a gift that I wish I could get every member of my community to come watch her. Wait, lose it from all this love and support? Oh no, that's okay. You're more than welcome to invite your friends and whatnot. I am more than happy. The more the merrier. The more the barrier. The barrier, not barrier like there's a shield and anything like that. It was actually really funny because I was playing Overwatch with Fishy the other day. Yesterday? And They're like, oh, my friends. I'm like, oh, you're more than welcome to invite your friends into the Cub Club, even if it's just to play games. There's no discrimination. But congratulations on the 1K badge. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Bachi, 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 bachi. Alex, by the way, says I had to keep the smooth brain to become the fastest guinea pig because aerodynamics. Oh, true. You do need a smooth brain. You need the smoothest ride, the smoothest brain for what? But why do you want aerodynamics towards your brain? Hi. SG, you're back? What did what? Neuron activate? Neuron activate. You guys have seen the monkey picture, right? You have to have seen it. This is not peer pressure, but hold on. Neuron activate monkey. Hi, sis. I'm so sorry. I'm really bad with pronunciations. This is my brain. Oh, this is so big. This is so big. This one with the monkey. Neuron activation. What did I stumble upon? Hi, you stumbled upon neuron activation. Monkey. Hi. Hi, Achima. Hi. Hello there, streamer. I'm first time viewer here. I found your channel through the bearcat subreddit. I'm new to Vtuber, so excuse my lack of bearcat knowledge. Absolutely no hacking problem. Welcome. I appreciate you. Welcome. Monkey see action? Monkey see? Monkey do. Monkey see Hampshire? Monkey do Hampshire. I believe this for a second. Don't believe it. Hachimon's been here for a while. You think there is a bearcat subreddit? I'm not gonna lie to you. I did have a person like follow me because there's like they were looking at different type of VTubers and they were just going down a list of animals and that's how they found me. I'm like, oh, that's really cute, you know? I think that's really cute. BRB going to see a bearcat Reddit. Bearcat Reddit. There's the university one. Go Bearcats. Cute. Cute. But for a team, that's fine. I'll take it. The team is for me. T stands for Tipanya. If there's a bearcat Reddit, there must be a guinea pig Reddit. Oh, I'm sure there's a guinea pig Reddit for sure, 100%. I'm sure there's a lot of people who keep them as pets and want to ask like advice and tips and like, how do I do this? Or oh, haha, first time guinea pig owner, Or oh, haha, look at my guinea pig. But yeah. Let's see. So we got the stage 1. We got the stage 2. Now we're gonna try to get through stage 3. So this one's a little more interesting. Thankfully, I think after this, because we have 5 stages in total, the next 2 after this are like pretty quick, to be honest, So stage 3 is gonna be migration and aggregation of cells with indefinite locations. So there's gonna be 2 primary patterns for migrations of the cells when we're developing. So we're gonna have a radial migration or a tangential migration. So for the first one, the radial migration is going to occur from the spinal cord through the telencephalon, which recall the telencephalon is that secondary division from the procephalon, which again is going to be our forebrain or in the front. So things that are like our cerebral hemisphere, cerebral cortex, etc. The active migration requires radial glia cells. These are going to be transient elongated cells that are going to serve as a template for neuroblast migration. It's a lot of words, I'm so sorry. It's just a development of stuff. Yeah. The postmeiotic neuroblast cells, which we had saw earlier in stage 2, are going to be in the germinal or the epididymal zone, which is going to climb up these glia cells via chemotaxic adhesion molecules. When the neuroblast reaches its destination, the adhesion between the glia cell and the neuroblast is lost. Oh, okay. TLDR, radial migration. It's going to occur from the spinal cord drew specifically the telencephalon. What's gonna happen is that these two parties, the radial glia cells and the postmitotic neuroblast cells, are gonna combine together through this chemotaxic adhesion molecules. You found the heck command! I haven't seen that in so long! Heck. Tipa study! Hi Baz! Hi! Welcome! And happy hacking birthday! I am studying neuroscience, I am studying the brain. I'm like, oh yeah! I bet I love Baz more than you. Ah! Screams. Cat! I'm leaving now! No! I also leaked your image on Discord. I hope you said Baz's image and not me. Baz, to be honest. Stop! Stop! Actually, that's a horrible photo. Look how dumb I look. No, what I meant to say is that I was just talking about you, Baz. I feel like I talk about you a lot, but not like in a bad way, just like positive. And I had completely forgot about this this emote, right? And I was like, don't lol, I'm trying to screenshot it. Don't lol. And I forgot that I guess Teru had created like a what do you call it? A peeled version of you. Like, what are my emotes in chat? Don't I have like a Baz emote? Let's see. Yeah, you know, we have Baz W, right? But I was trying to type in Baz Prey because I'm like, oh yeah, hopefully everything works out because that's like my favorite like thing. There is a peel, and I was like, oh, and that was it. That was that was it. In all its glory. Cubs, I didn't know my my thing was here. I'm so sorry. Eh? I didn't know that. Hold on. I didn't realize this was transparent. I wonder why it's transparent. Oh my goodness, I've been having this not transparent here, hanging out for goodness knows how long. Go man. go join the Discord to see Baz peel, or just stare at my stream. I'm way too hyper right now. I wish I could be hyper right now. I'm just studying. Wait, did I make my... Oh, I got so scared. I'm like, did I hack up my stream? Heck. Get Baz? I expect Baz face superimposed on a banana? No. No. Back to business, Cubs. Back to business. It is a good idea. I agree. Okay. But hi, Baz. Hi, welcome. How do you feel about being on a banana? Oh, we're asking before we're doing stuff. That's nice. Good consent. So yeah, that's radio migration. So when this is lost, by the way, when the adhesion between the two parties is lost, excuse me, the pattern of migration of the neuroblast cells of the cerebellum involves movement of the cells both outward and inwards towards the marginal zone. So basically, we're just going to allow migration between that middle layer that we were talking about earlier, which is right here with the brain. Sorry, there's an emergency. I spilled my fries. No, Baz, it's okay. You have a. It's fine. Pick up the fries. If it's in your room, it's okay. You can eat it. It's new carpet. You can eat it. Remembering first time as a small unaware bearcat, I saw Baz emotes. The emotes are good. Wish there were more. There's variations. Let me see if I can screen cap. Not surprising from you, Tip? It is. It is very surprising. So I personally would not eat it, but Baz's floor is new, so it's okay. So here are all the Baz emotes, by the way, that I have collected. There might be more in some secret servers, but we got Baz Cry, we got Baz Easy, we got Baz, I actually don't know the third one. Baz Pray, Baz Blush, Baz Cry, Baz Curse, Baz Pepe, Baz Easy and multiple, Baz Curse but on Big Hand. Baz, I forgot what that was, but it's angry. We got Baz sick. We got peeled Baz. We got Baz peeled. Pepega? Curse? Where's the Baz incognito? Where is Baz incognito? Ah. Oh, gotta eat lunch. Have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you for joining. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate ya. Man. Hold on. Oh, the mask one is incognito. My bad. Alright, time. It's a mask Baz. I'm sorry. I'm a fake Baz fan. As you see, 58%. Unless that's changed. Nice. Oh, 1 more percent? Whoa! You put it in caps! You put it in caps! I appreciate this picture. I was wondering how walnuts were formed. Absolutely no hacking problem. Glad I can be of help in of service. I'm never gonna beat that. I'm gonna lower my hopes, my dreams, my aspirations. Anyway, that's radio migration. Be the 1%. Pain. 80% dies, gets obliterated. Alright, so the second migration, by the way, is going to occur within the brainstem. So what was the difference between that first one and second one? That second one is going to be... That first one is going to be in relationship to our forebrain, while this one is, what do you call it? Just stating about, what do you call it? Stating that this migration pattern is happening in the, what do you call it? Brainstem. Wow! Wow! Are you seeing these? Are you seeing this, cows? Wait. Heck yeah. Okay. I don't care if you cubs keep doing the loving stuff. I can't get distracted. I can't. So the second migration is happening in the brainstem and it's going to occur pretty late in the migration process. So what's going to happen is that the glial cells are going to run oblique or parallel to the neural tube, and the neuroblast may be used existing axons in addition to the glial cells to reach its destination. They're going to pass from one another tangentially. Oh my goodness, your love is almost the same. Online image represents radio neural. Main difference is basically where they're from and pretty much understanding that there's two parties here with the radioglial cells. The second one is only going to involve the neuroblasts, and that they're going to pass in a certain way. They're going to be passing this parallel motion. Yep, that's all I got from that. Alright, now let's talk about the fun stuff. Let's talk about the defects in migration. So the migration is really important because you need to understand that if there's a defect in migration, you might end up with dyslexia. So many people are like, oh, I can't read, I have dyslexia. Well, maybe they're not lying. Maybe that's a completely real thing. Recall that dyslexia, by the way, is going to be a learning disorder that's going to involve difficulty reading due to problems identifying speech sounds and learning how they relate to words and letters. So decoding, like, what is this word really saying? There's also a reading disability that results in individual differences in areas of the brain that process languages. So yay, dyslexia. Alright, so we are also going to have another defect in migration, and we can refer to that as lissencephaly, which is also going to be a really fancy word for smooth brain. What's going to happen is that if someone says that they have smooth brain, I know that they're referring to them as like a little bit dummy, but it does say smooth brain, and that on the right, you see, that is a smooth brain. What happens is that we were talking about those flexures earlier, about those bends and twists, and be like, hey, why is our brain wrinkly? It's to store a lot of information. Our brain is supposed to be gigantic, but because there's only so much room in the embryo, there's only so much that we can do, So what's gonna happen is that it's gonna result in motor and mental retardation. So, but it's really rare, really rare. Not so rare on the internet. Haha, you're smooth brain. But like, when I study for my own test, when I can watch someone study it for theirs, if we're in the same class, then you are more than welcome. Hi, Klonak. Hi, welcome. I hope I said your name right. If not, I'm sorry. Welcome. And streamer 2%? That's too general. That's why. And actually, thank you for stopping by. Have a good lurk. We're absolutely not. Cries. Are you in the same, what do you call it, field? Do you like neuroscience? Or you're just like, you know what? I don't want to study at all. We are at a completely different major. I just wanted to study. I just wanted to see someone else study so I can have like an inkling of inspiration and be like, yes. Self-love is important, Luma. Self-love is important. I love neuroscience. Let's go. I'm studying nursing, so I've actually seen some of this stuff, but not done. Let's go. Give it up for nursing. Welcome, fellow healthcare cop. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining. Nursing, very difficult. When I was in my undergrad, still my college had offered a nursing program there, which I thought was awesome. But what happens is that not only is it difficult, it's very competitive. There was a 2-year wait list. I'm just like, nice. So I'm wishing you the best of luck in all your studies. Not nursing, by the way. I am in the rehabilitation field. Bass says I work in the neuro unit and I don't even see much of the stuff. Bass, neuro, let's go. I didn't know that. New Bass fact. I'm gonna embed that in my brain real quick. Embedding. I think neuro is really interesting. And I know this is gonna sound really I actually don't want to work in neuro though. I think neuro is interesting to look at. I don't want to work with the neuro population. I've seen it and I know it can be very rewarding. I want to deal with very like general orthopedics or I want to deal with peds, or maybe if I hate myself enough I'll do pelvic health. Pelvic health is interesting. I don't know if I told you, cuz I decided to be like a volunteer for one of those. Not fun. But I got $150, so I guess it's okay. It's okay. That experience scarred me more than I realized. Anyway, I'm studying. Oh, wait. It's very difficult and I contemplate my life decisions every day. Let's go! Me too! But you know, like, you're at this point where you're too far. My mama bearcat told me that... Sorry. It's gonna sound really depressing. My mama bearcat told me that basically, even if I'm not happy with where I am, I can make enough money to do what I really want to do, and then I can go back to school from there. She told me that like in middle school. I'm still happy where I want to be. I really like the variety of what I can do, which is why I'm so sorry, Baz. I will not switch jobs. I will not trade jobs. But Baz, I don't know if I told you, or I think I mentioned in passing, we'll work in the same hospital. I promise. I'll try to get a rotation over there. And I'll bum off Lamarck's room or something. Okay, bet. Okay, betting. I think it'd be fun. Wait, are you allergic to cats? Can I bring my cat? Can I bring my streaming PC? Can I just be obnoxious and stream in the living room? I'm sorry. I'll pay you money and mac and chili. I love neurons. I mean, not in a parasocial way, because that would be weird. What? Huh? At this point, I'd rather go into neural than cardiac. We went over cardiac stuff not long ago, and I never want to look at our heart again. I'm so sorry. I think cardiac is also really interesting, but I'm not really a fan, actually. I will probably take... Okay, look, listen. I know you don't want to look at a heart again, but when I used to work in the hospital as a tech, I've seen what the cardiac health nurses do. And you know what they do? They check blood pressure, they put the patient on a bike, they do very light exercises seated, and then the session's over. Go do it. Live your dreams. Live your dreams. Get an easy job. Do it for me. Plus, cardiac nurses are mean. Don't tell anyone I said that. I guess maybe like more. That was outpatient, by the way. That was outpatient. I guess more inpatient. That would be eh. Yeah, inpatient's a whole nother beast, to be honest. I've had a cat for 10 years. Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry. Fake Baz fan puts that back into my brain. Oh, yes. That's sunk cost fallacy. My mama bearcat was a very interesting person. Or was, I say in past tense, is. She's still alive. I saw her like last week. Yeah, easy job. That's the dream. That's the dream. That's the dream. Oh, my hecking goodness. No, but I wish you the best of luck. Nursing's what, 2 years? Gabarimasu. You can do it. 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 2 years, let's go! Unless you're going for more, then let's go! Cries for you. Oh, so yeah, so we have lissencephaly, which is smooth brain, and now we can move on to another kind of defect we can have in migration, which is going to be microencephaly. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, 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 welcome. So similar to the smooth brain, this is not necessarily because the brain is smooth, but the brain is small, hence the word micro. The small brain is going to also just be similar to the smooth brain in the sense that it's going to result in the mental retardation. So what happens is that microcephaly is going to be the condition where the baby's head is much smaller than expected. During pregnancy, a baby's head grows because the baby's brain grows. So the brain's not growing, the head's not growing. Hand in hand. Microcephaly can occur because the baby's brain has not developed properly during pregnancy or has stopped growing after birth, which is going to result in that smaller head size, which is wow. So microcephaly sounds familiar, right? Well, we talked about, I believe this is how you pronounce it, anencephaly, which is going to be that condition where we, not we, but the baby's, I don't want to scroll up to see the picture either. The anencephaly is like when the, it's not the brain, the head. The head doesn't develop, correct? Anencephaly. Yeah, serious birth defect in which the baby is born without parts of the brain in skull. Yeah. Yeah. Bam, so smart. Anyway. So, our last defect in migration is going to be macrogyria, which is going to be some folding but not normal, and they have less gyri, so there's less folding in the brain. So not necessarily smooth, but not necessarily normal. The conditions in which the convolutions of the cerebral cortex are abnormally large. There are few sulci to normal, and in some cases the amount of brain substance is somewhat increased. Unfortunately, I wasn't really able to find a picture for this one, so just use your imagination. Stage 4, let's go! I think stage 4 is stage 4 was not as quick as I remembered. So we're out of stage 4 out of stage 5, or 5 stages, and we're talking about basically the development, the embryonic stages. So we're on stage 4, which is going to be the formation of axonal and dendritic processes. So we have these different stages. We don't really talk about each stage, we just know that there is stages for them. So once a neuroblast reaches its destination through that process of stage 3, which is the migration and the aggregation and migration, it's going to begin to develop its axons and dendritic processes. So right here we have our axon, we have our tree branches or our dendrites formating. Wow, so many. Wow. So intrinsic to each cell is a genetic material which is going to be triggered by the presence of the chemical in the local extracellular environment. So that's just basically our kind of catalyst of why that's happening. So the neurons develop into afferent or receptor dendritic processes and an efferent or effector axon process. Recall that dendrites, other than that they are the tree branches, are going to be like the appendages that are designed to receive communication from other cells. So they are the ones who are going to be talking for us, while the axon is going to be our long thread-like part of the nerve cell, along which impulses are conducted from the cell body to other cells. The axon is going to be the first to form, and in some neurons, the trailing process of a migrating neuron remains to become an axon. What? Did I read that right? A migrating neuron remains to become its axon. Weird. Okay, I will politely ignore that. Axonal growth develops a special growth cone that serves as a lengthening device and a navigating guide. This is like that one movie, Inside Out. Inside Out was just like the emotions, right? You got like an angry guy, a sad guy, a happy guy, and 1 to 2 others. Right? And the dendrites grow similarly dendrites grow similarly, usually after the axon has reached its destination. So, bam. Bam. Alright, developmental cranial nerves, my favorite. I love cranial nerves. We have 12, and we have weird, dumb mnemonics from. My go-to is the OOO to touch and feel very great veggies. Ah. The one neuron guy? Oh, my memory is so bad. Is it the yellow guy? I'm so sorry. I haven't watched Inside Out in a very long time. I watched it once, I'm like, yay! Anyway, so when we're developing the cranial nerves in our embryological stages, the first area of the body to respond to stimuli is going to be the mouth. So, responsiveness is going to spread more or less in concentric rings so that the face, neck, arms, trunk, and legs are successfully responsive. So, it goes in that order. We got our mouth, we got our face, we got our neck, we got your arms, we got your trunks, we got your legs. This kind of goes a little hand in hand with what we'll talk about a little bit later with the homunculus and the abbreviation of fat legs, where it's just the idea of like, oh yeah, this is more innervated because this needs, this is more sensitive. This needs all the receptors. Yes. Anyway, so the cranial nerves that are going to be needed for the mouth, as well as the actions of sucking and swallowing, are going to include the cranial nerve 5, which is going to be our trigeminal nerve, which is going to give both motor and sensory innervation. It's going to provide sensory information to the face. So just like the kind of like, oh, if someone brushed their hand against your cheek, it's like, oh, I could feel that. And the muscles of mastication is just a very fancy way to say nom 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 nom. It's your jaw muscle thing. Yes. Speaking of facial, we have cranial nerve 7, which is our facial nerve, which is going to provide motor innervation to our face. So this allows us to do facial expression. So our smile, our sadness. Well, hi, welcome. This is above my IQ level. Absolutely no hecking worries. Do not worry, I appreciate you. Welcome. I was politely lurking your stream. I saw you play Rhythm Sprout. I'm like, a rhythm game that I haven't heard of? Hoo-ah! But I just saw it came out yesterday, so I was really surprised. I was like, huh? What? You should play it so good. Ah! I'm already playing Hi-Fi Rush, and that's already a rhythm game enough for me, but I will definitely check it out. You playing it like motivated me. I was like, ah. I'm like, ah, there's so many games. Ah. Yeah, welcome to study stream. We're studying neuroscience. It's so fun. Look at me go. Ooh, wow, look, cranial nerve 9, glossopharyngeal. That is an important cranial nerve because it allows you to have motor innervation to your muscles that allow you for swallowing. So this is kind of important, especially in the older generation, or I guess population, where you know how older people kind of have difficulty swallowing, then they'll choke and then they'll die. It doesn't have to be older population. I guess that could be with anyone. That's why it's important to to make sure your cranial nerves are all in check. And to check out if anyone has kind of like a risk for that. Hi Slime, hi. Hey, welcome to the Cocktail Chat. Welcome. Neuroscience, I know. I am aware. You know what's the worst part? I have like 3 other classes I should be focused on, but neuroscience is definitely taking the majority of my time right now. What's your major? Sorry. I really like spoiled it, but basically it's just rehabilitation. It's a specific kind of therapy. So, basically neuroscience because there's a whole specialty with it, and like I said, I don't know if I really want to work with neural population, but you know, life finds a way to be like, actually, this is the most innovating thing that you had. You have a passion for this. I'm like, How are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm just studying neuroscience still. Don't mind me if I go through my notes and like laugh and joke and be like, help! This is a cry for help. We're only at page 14 out of 116. Help! Anyway, oh, by the way, sorry, let's do cranial nerve so I can move on really quick. Cranial nerve 10 is our vagus nerve. It's the vagus nerve that goes out, which is going to provide motor innervation as well to your swallowing muscles. And then we have cranial nerve 12, which is going to be our hypoglossal. So hypo meaning below, glossal referring to the tongue, and that's going to provide motor innervation to the tongue. So you could be like, my tongue doesn't want to stick out. There you go. That's cool, but thank you. I appreciate it. It is cool. I like the path that I'm going on. It's just the amount of work, and knowing that it's a doctor's degree makes me want to cry. But at the end of this, I could be like, haha, I'm Dr. Tipanya. Haha, look at me. I'm a doctor. Haha. But I'm not really a doctor. Where's Riff? Because Riff yesterday was like, oh, I think I'm getting sick, and I'm like, oh, that sucks. And he's like, aren't you a doctor? I'm like, no, and I'm not planning to be. Not in that way. Anyway, technically you'd be a doctor. I would. But I'm not like a medical doctor in the sense of like, I'm ill. I'm getting sick. Doctor, I have like a temperature of 100 billion. And it's like, oh. You hanging? I'm not hanging. I am hanging. I'm hanging tight. Yeah, dog. Can you do me a favor? Really depends on the favor, unfortunately. I can only offer one favor. And that only really strictly depends on what you're asking. Yay. Just making sure you're okay? Yeah, I'm hanging tight. Huh? I want to make a new producer tag. Huh? Slime, I'm so sorry. Maybe my brain is dumb. Maybe it's the 116 pages staring at me. But I don't know what you're asking. Perform surgery on me, Tips, with your stubby hands? My stubby hands! These stubby hands have I'm thinking are you guys familiar with that one episode of SpongeBob where like these like the Mr. Krabs, where it's like, oh, these claw hands aren't just for blah 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 blah. It's so funny. I'm so sorry. I'm about to do like a hand cam. I'm like, my hands are not stubby. My hands are cute. My hands are cute. I could have been a hand model. No, I'm just kidding. I had joked around, I think, with that idea in high school because my it's a very hands-on person, so her hands are like well, you know, like obviously like a hands like people who worked like really hard, and me, I had like baby smooth hands, and it's just like, you could be a hand model. I'm like, oh my gosh, my side hobby. Close says, if they have a temperature of 100 billion, your patient's probably the sun. Oh shoot, you're right. Oh shoot. For my beats, like Metro Booming. Oh, I'm so sorry, Slime. I don't know how any of that sentence is a favor, but I wish you the absolute best of luck into your beats and your producing and all that good jazz. I'm so sorry. I'm still not clear of what you're asking. Bat says, I'm sorry for your stubby hands. I have perfectly fine hands. Catch these stubby hands? Exactly. Apparently you can have a stubby chin. What's a stubby chin? You know, there was this lady that I had hold on. What's a stubby chin? Well, I see stubby chin like stubble. Oh, I guess you can have a stubby chin. Like you just say a few words? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm not really interested. I really apologize. As much as I joked about like, oh yeah, that. your music doesn't seem to be like my type of music or the type of direction I would like to go with my content. So I will, I do appreciate you though. Thank you so much though for stopping by though. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate your interest. I'm glad that you think my beautiful voice can serve you really well in your project. But best of luck to you. Okay? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I've heard the word stubby so many times within the span of a couple of minutes. It's starting to lose its meaning. The word stubby. Do I still have the definition open? Oh heck. Hi Annabis. Hi, welcome though. What is a stubby chin? Covered with or consisting of the short hairs that grow on a man's face if has not shaved. Equals cut the hair for a few days. He rubbed his stubby chin. Why do I have hair on my chin at 30? The discovery of odd hair in your chin is perfectly normal and usually not the cause of concern. Shifting hormones, aging, and even genetics. Alright, we're getting out of here. Alright, TLDR for basically the cranial nerves now that we're going back on topic. Cranial nerves, really cool. All the above cranial nerves that we had just talked about, so again, our trigeminal, our facial, our glossopharyngeal, our vagus, and hypoglossal, that it all has to be functioning so that the fetus can make its first motor response. The first motor response of a fetus is the oral primitive avoidance reflex. So what happens is, with that is that when the mouth is stimulated, the fetus will turn its head and squint its eyes. Later, the arms and legs are involved in the reflex. The reflex is normal in fetal development, but abnormal after birth. As the avoidance reflex fades, the fetus begins to suck usually on his hand and then swallows. So the newborn has learned sucking, swallowing, and oral exploration. The development of the cranial nerves is thought to occur for cranial nerve 2, which is our optic, cranial nerve 3, which is our ocular motor. I'm like, what? We have cranial nerve 4, which is O2, trochlear, and cranial nerve 6, which is going to be our abducens for the visual system. Then it's going to develop, so that's all our eye movement basically. That's just a really fancy way to say, hey, we have 4 cranial nerves for eye movement. And then our cranial nerve 7 will then follow, which is going to be our facial nerve, which we had talked about, how do you say it? Dealing with facial expression. And then lastly, by cranial nerve 1, which is going to be our olfactory. Okay. So for cranial nerve 5, so that's now that, oh, by the way, I'm so sorry, how can I avoid these really cute drawings? So these drawings are basically someone's really cute doodles of basically our primitive reflexes that we have when we're little. I think like one that most of you cubs may know is like, you know, if you give a baby your finger and you ask them to pull it, but they won't understand that. No, I'm just kidding. If you give your baby like your finger or something, they'll grasp onto it, which is really, really neat. Just automatic. So we can see that right here in 6 with the grasp reflex. Apparently there's some other ones. I'm not going to worry about it. We'll talk about that when we go into like pediatrics or something, okay? Which is many semesters later. We got to get the foundation now for our neuroscience. So now we have stage 5. So stage 5 is our last stage of the embryonic stages, and it's going to involve synaptogenesis. So synaptogenesis is going to involve the connection between the nerve cells or the muscle cells. Oh, there's a handful of reflexes that babies have. I have to learn those with peds also. Let's go! Let's exchange peds milestones. I mean, don't tell me anything. I don't really know anything about peds. I don't know when I take it actually, but I think it's next year. I sincerely think it's next year. But it is what it is. So synaptogenesis. So once an axon has reached its target the synapse must be formed. At the neuromuscular junction, the arrested growth cone begins to develop synaptic vesicles, which contains neurotransmitters, and then postsynaptic myocyte membrane and presynaptic membrane thicken and specialize for the release and reception of neurotransmitters. So, we're talking about connection. We're gonna get a connection somehow, and that's gonna be again through this release and reception of neurotransmitters. Once the axon has reached its target, that's gonna be all the synapses. This should be maybe vaguely familiar to some biology students. So, development and change of the synapses occur through the life. So, synaptogenesis specifically is correlated strongly with the changes in the pattern of transfer of information within the nervous system. Therefore, synaptogenesis is going to be correlated with all known types of permanent learning. Wow, so cool. Its process is involved in growth of neural processes, and synaptogenesis are the basis of neuroplasticity. Wow, neuroplasticity. I can't wait to talk about that. Neuroplasticity is very interesting. There's like 10 different principles we'll talk about way later. So let's see, maybe we can actually speedrun now a little bit, because this looks like it's repeating. So we got the forebrain, midbrain, excuse me, or hindbrain. This is going back to that image that was that really colorful image where that guy who's T-posing. He's right here, baby. And then the brainstem. So a little bit more about the brainstem right here. It's going to consist of a midbrain, or pons, and medulla. Just as a fun, wacky bearcat school fact for you for free, it's going to be the most evolutionary ancient part of the human brain, and it's a part that mostly closely resembles the brains of a fish or a reptile. So if you ever dissect fish, I guess. You know, they had me do that in my anatomy class. I was shook. I was like, a fish? But then I had people tell me they dissected cats and pigs, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I had to dissect the cat, I would cry. I had to dissect anything, I would cry. I dissected a human, but I cried. Kind compliments, cry. Having to open up things that are no longer alive, cries for a different reason. So pretty much know that the brainstem is going to control our most basic functions necessary for survival, respiration, blood pressure, and heart rate. So let's talk about a little bit more about the cerebral spinal fluid. Again, that's going to be our brain juice. Cerebral spinal fluid, or also known as CSF, is formed mainly by a vascular tuft line within the ventricles called the choroid plexus. The CSF is going to then circulate from the lateral ventricles to the third ventricle, then leave the ventricular system via the foramen in the fourth ventricle to perlocate around the outside surface of the brain and spinal cord. But that's a lot. What does that mean? Great question. So what's happening is that our CSF is mostly going to be formed, mainly, it's going to be formed in the choroid plexus, and how it's going to circulate varies. There's kind of different landmarks that it goes to. Really just know from the lateral ventricles, it'll go to its third, then to its fourth, and then there's another place, but I think we'll talk about that a little bit later, okay? Now, let's talk about our... Oh, it's a little cut off. Hold on. Ta-da! Let's talk about the I'm like, my brain is like, I can't say that word, the word you've been saying. Meninges. The meninges. So a cool mnemonic we can learn is PAD, because it's also really cool because the meninges are going to pad or protect the brain. So PAD stands for pia mater, arachnoid matter, and dura matter, and this is going to be in order from in to out. So we're going deep to superficial. Pia matter is our closest inner layer. How we can also memorize that is that we always try to keep our P in, I guess. Anyway, once the CSF fluid leaves the ventricular system, it's going to travel between the space of the arachnoid matter and the pia matter, and that's going to be absorbed into the venous system. So that's really all with that. It talks about orientations of planes, so this is going to be a little painful, but it'll be okay. So when we use terms like, hey, this is superior to this, or this is inferior to this, there's another way we can say it. So let's kind of talk about it a little bit. Terms are relatively simple in animals like fish and reptiles, in which the nervous system is linear in orientation. And these animals, ventral, it comes from the Latin venter, which means belly, and it's always towards the earth. Dorsal, which is Latin for back, as in the shark's fin, is towards the sky. Rostral, Latin for beak, think of a rooster's rostrum, is towards the snout, and caudal, Latin for tail, is towards the tail. So, we can look in the black arrows right here. Our superior is normally what we associate, like, oh, superior is above, anterior is in front, posterior is in the back, inferior is down below. But now let's use this in reference to like an animal or a creature, like what we would even see in our own selves. So dorsal, like the dorsum of a back, or the dorsal fin of some kind of sea animal, like a shark. Rostral is going to refer to like the beak of the rooster, so that's going to be towards the front, so like right here in this animal. Caudal, we talked about our tailbone, caudal, right down here. And ventral is going to be referred to, it's going to be in reference to our belly, or the venter in, what do you call it, in Latin, so, directions, yay. Yay, directions. This is just more kind of, here it is in directions. This was talking about neuroimaging, about how we should know the different cuts. Horizontal is going to be parallel. Coronal, it's going to divide the brain into an anterior and posterior, so back and front. And sagittal is going to divide it into a left and right. Bam. These are some really old notes about basically how the neural tube is formed. So, we're going. Wow. Wait, these are my notes. Okay. Alright. So now, guess what? We're on page 26. Let's go. Out of 116. Let's go. I feel like we've done a lot, but we haven't done those like prediction quizzes in a while. I can't really think of one actually. Oh wait. I got one. Alright. Little quiz. So I'm typing up the question, but I'm also like not spelling it correctly. Wait, is it saying it's too long? Oh no, good. Yay, 10-minute quiz. So anyone who is new here, like Heartsing Legend, hi, aloha, hi, welcome. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. I'm just doing some studying right now, but I thought to spice it up, ooh, spices, I would do little mini quizzes. Anyone can answer, and it's more just for like fun and more like, oh, there's more on the line because it involves channel points rather than it being like a poll. So the question is, because I only have so much text, is does dyslexia occur from an error in migration? Migration is the third phase that we're talking about. We're talking about stages in the embryonic development. So ta-da! Posture check though? I got you. Thank you. What? And a big stretch because I've been sitting here. Okay. Thank you for the posture check. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, so let's go back to our nervous system. Let's talk about baby basic stuff that we had probably seen in biology. So our neurons, so our nerve cells. We have a cell body, which we have a cell body, we have our dendrites, and we have the axon. So cell body right here, dendrites right here are tree branches, and the axon, which is going to help carry out these outputs, while again our dendrites right here are going to help receive that information. How are you though? I'm doing good, thank you for asking. How about yourself? I am just here suffering. I am still okay, but I'm still just suffering because, you know, boo, studying, boo. Alright, so we have different kind of neurons, by the way. So we can have a multipolar, a bipolar, or a unipolar. So we can kind of break it down through prefix, but we have multipolar right here, which has multiple branches right here, right here, right here, right here, right here, right here. Bipolar is going to have 2 branches coming out from here, so here and here. And this is from the cell body, by the way. And the unipolar is just this and that. So both of the axon and dendrites are from a single process, or yeah, it's just one process coming out from that cell body. And usually you'll see this in creatures that don't have a backbone, invertebrates. Doing well, I'm trying to get over a cold. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I feel like once it hits late September to March, I feel like that's when a lot of people get sick. I mean, I guess that's when people could call like flu season or whatever, but I'm just like, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you got sick, but I hope that you're recovering. Make sure to hydrate, flush out everything. Make sure to eat yummy foods if you can taste them, and then life will be good. But happy and safe recovery, okay? Alright. We talked about synapses a little bit with the synaptogenesis in the stage 5 of the embryonic stage. Synapses are going to be typical communication that's from the axon terminal of one neuron to the dendrite of the next neuron. Synapses are going to connect neurons to the brain, to neurons to the rest of the body, and from those neurons to the muscles. This is how we get the intention to move our arm. I don't know why this word is here. Jam? So basically, if we wanted to move, we could move. If I want to be like, ah, and move my head back, there are synapses that are occurring to connect to neurons, to connect to the brain, to connect to the rest of the body, and the muscle to be like, she wants to scream and put her head back. I'm like, what? Oh, I can't click at the question? Oh no, you're perfectly fine. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was not mobile friendly. I apologize. Aw. That's okay. You could participate in spirit and I still appreciate it. You just being here I appreciate, so don't even worry. Alright, so we have chemical synapses, chemical neurotransmitters that are going to be mainly stored in the synaptic vesicles, and then they're going to be released from the presynaptic terminal of the neuron, then they bind to a neurotransmitter receptor. I feel so bad. I don't mean to like rush through that sort of aspect of it. I do want to explain it more, but I don't feel like that's really like a main focus of what they were trying to say during anything of the review, because I do thankfully have some review stuff that I would love to go over, but I don't know if I'm brave enough. So let's try to see who can keep zooming along, okay? I'm sure most of you cubs have heard about the myelin sheath. So basically this is going to cover that axon, that long tail-like projection coming out of the cell body, and allow for it to kind of help the speed of the transmission of the action potentials that are occurring. So in the central nervous system we have support cells, and I believe we call them glia cells, correct? And so for our type of glia cell, we have the allegrodendrocyte, which is going to be from the central nervous system. The allegrodendrocytes are going to be responsible for producing the myelin sheaths for both our brain and spinal cord, while the Schwann cells are going to be a type of glia cell that you're only going to see in the peripheral nervous system, and that's going to help create the myelin sheaths to again help speed that transmission of action potential. You have a great and chill design? Oh, thank you. Did you make it or someone else made it for you? So I made the design, but I definitely didn't make myself. I give credit to the beautiful, wonderful Terupancake! Terry is the one who did my model, so please do check her out. She's a super talented artist. She put some I feel like she's been like pumping out a lot of art recently, and like the recent ones, mwah, chef kiss. That's chef kiss to everything, you know. Nice, thank you, I appreciate ya. Alright, so the neurotransmitters, by the way, are the body's chemical messengers. So they're going to be molecules used by our nervous system to transmit messages between neurons or from the neurons to the muscles. We have different kind of neurotransmitters. We have excitatory, which is going to help promote that action potential, promote that like, yeah, we want to do this task or errand, and that's going to be glutamate. And we have inhibitory, or inhibits action potential to kind of like mellow out, and that's going to be GABA. The neurotransmitter, it can either be excitatory or inhibitory, depending on what kind of receptor it binds to, so yay. Alright. blah 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 blah. Oh look, the gray matter, white matter. So for the CNS gray matter, by the way, that's actually going to be made from the cell bodies. The white matter, which we've been like, oh, what is that made out of? It's from myelinated axons. So So this is really important because I know they were saying to super focus on this. So our cerebral cortex, so again, basically the brain, is gray matter, but beneath it is white matter. And that's going to help convey info to and from the cortex. And the nuclei, which is going to be deep into it, that's also going to be an example of gray matter. So our basal ganglion, our thalamus, and cranial nerve nuclei. What's a really cool way to memorize this is that, remember, when we're talking about the brain divisions with that T-posing guy, the prosencephalon, or the otherwise known as forebrain, is going to form the, what was it again? Telecephalon. And the telencephalon is going to form, remember that long list of things, the cerebral cortex, the cerebral hemispheres, but it also says subcortical white matter. So if it's like, oh, it has subcortical white matter, then the rest must be gray matter, kind of out of like a process of elimination. Or that's basically how I'm going to try to see it, because I need to know the difference. But yeah, you're an amazing person. Thank you for welcoming me. Oh, absolutely no worries. What am I gonna do? You were nice? I'm nice. No, I'm just kidding. I'm always nice. But like, in an idea of like, I'm not gonna like shoo you off. It's like, hi, I'm new here. Like, get out of here. No, you're absolutely fine. I'm glad that you can find a welcoming environment here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright. So most synaptic communication occurs between neurons in the central nervous system. That's going to occur in the gray matter. What do we say the gray matter is made out of? Cell bodies! So axons in the white matter are going to transmit signals over greater distances. So local, gray matter. Greater distances, white matter. This is better than school. Oh, thanks. I really have like dangled with the idea of becoming a teacher after I graduate. Like I want to practice my major, but I also after a while may want to become like an assistant professor or something like that. I think it'd be really cute. Or go back to school to become like again like an actual professor. Do I really want to go back to school? No. But like I think it's fun and rewarding, and I can teach on a graduate level. It sounds fun, you know? Will it be stressful? Yeah. Don't lie to her. She's secretly evil and does not smell like popcorn. Slander yet again, Zach, in my own chat this time. Banned. Local, gray matter. Long distance, white matter. Got it. So in the cerebral hemisphere, so remember our left and right, the gray matter cortex is going to be on the outside, while the white matter is in the inside. So this is going to be reversed in the spinal cord, where our white matter is going to be on the outside, but our gray matter is in the inside. It's just kind of basically knowing the difference. In the brainstem, gray matter and white matter can be found both inside and outside, but mostly the outside surface is going to be white matter. So that's a lot of words, Sipa. It is. So let's break it down with the images. So here's the cerebral cortex. Let's say we cut the brain is facing us, and we just cut it in half, and we looked inside. This is the kind of view that we would see. What kind of view is that? What kind of cut would that be again? That would be a coronal cut, which is going to be dividing again a front portion and a back portion, an anterior or a posterior portion. So as we're looking inside the brain, we see this cross section, and what's going to happen right here is that the gray matter is going to be on the outside and the white matter is in the inside. And then, like I said, it's reversed in the spinal cord. You see, white is on the outside and gray is in the inside. Say hi, 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 welcome! Thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome, 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 welcome. Hi, hi. Oh my gosh, you're playing Pokemon Gold? Good game, good game, good game. Dreamon, no! Hi, hi, welcome, welcome. Thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome. I don't know if you need an introduction, but I will be more than happy to do an introduction. My name is Tipanya. I'm a bearcat Vtuber. I do the gal gal nya nya, and it's very nice to meet you. Well, very nice to see you again. I hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much for the raid again. I really liked Pokemon Gold. Pokemon Gold was actually my first game. Then it was Pokemon Crystal. Because I'm like, whoa, you can play as a girl? But it's the same game. But hi. Inhalation redeem? I got you. Thank you for the breath redeem. I appreciate it. Thank you. And keep up the awesome work. You're doing great. You got my support all the way. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I promise I do more than study streams. Welcome readers. Yeah, let's go. Welcome. But thank you for the support, honestly. Alright, so we could talk about the white matter. So the white matter again is what? We said it was axons, right? Myelinated axons? Yeah, myelinated axon. So this white matter, it has tracks, fascicles, all these cool things that we will politely ignore right now. We have... Okay, in the white matter we have all this, but in the peripheral nervous system, we have peripheral nerves that are going to be white matter, and the gray matter in the peripheral nervous system is going to be your ganglion. So skip through that. We can skip through that because we talked about that. Now we can talk about lobes, so let's go. BRB, no problem. Yay, my favorite science. Yay, science. Actually, let me double check. Yeah, actually, you know, I was like, my original deadline, by the way, sorry not to be like, oh, we're ending, was 8 o'clock. I think I could go roughly about an hour. So yeah. I think we're making really good progress, to be completely honest. Let's see. So let's see. We are on page 31. Don't let the numbers scare you. 31 is 31 out of 116 is intimidating, but we can definitely do it. A lot of these are photos anyway. So, we have 4 major lobes in the brain. We have our frontal lobe, we have our parietal lobe, we have our temporal lobe, and we have our occipital lobe. These are all going to do wacky and different things. So our frontal lobe is going to be in the front, hence the word frontal. Parietal is going to be back here. Oh, sorry. Occipital is going to be back here. And then we have the green temporal lobe. That was some big inhalations? Copium? What? Anyway. These are all going to do different things, and we'll talk about this in a little bit. Oh gosh, this is it gets extensive. Okay. So let's go here. So our brain has different areas that's dedicated to 600 flying fajitas? My favorite. Make that 599 as I take one. Thank you so much. But no, seriously, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. So I'm so sorry, I have to keep going like back and forth with this, so please forgive me. So the brain, other than the organization with the lobes, they're gonna have specific areas that are gonna do, well, specific things. So we have a primary motor cortex, a primary sensory cortex, and a primary visual cortex. We also have a primary auditory cortex as well. So what's gonna happen is that the frontal lobe is gonna be right here again in the front. I'll show a better picture, I guess, right now. The frontal lobe is going to be where our primary motor cortex is, so right here. That's going to be responsible for all our voluntary movement. If we want to raise our hand, we can raise our hand. If we want to start stomping, I feel bad if you had downstairs neighbors. If you wanted to just, whoa, you can do it. Everything voluntary movement-wise is going to be going through that primary motor cortex. For our sensory cortex, so if it's like, oh, I feel the sensation of the chair. Oh no, or I feel the sensation of my fingertips on the keyboard as I type away. That kind of sensation and feedback that you're getting, it's going to be in the parietal lobe, so it's going to be right here. You mean the frontal lobe is in the frontal part of your brain? I know, it's kind of crazy how they name these things sometimes, you know? Our visual cortex is going to be in the very right back, in the occipital lobe right here. And then we have our calcarine fissure, which is going to divide this. And then our last primary cortex is going to be our primary auditory cortex, which is going to be right here. And this is going to have a transverse gyri of Heshkel. Sure. Sure. And that's gonna be where all our auditory input's gonna be put in. Which actually makes sense if you kind of think it anatomically. Our temporal lobe is gonna be the closest thing to our ear, so why not, you know? Here, oh sorry, this is the Sylvian Fisher. My bad. Whatever. And then here's the auditory, primary visual, primary sensory, primary motor. Ta-da! So how our body is kind of organized is really interesting. So for the sensory areas for both, the primary areas for both sensory and motor has a really interesting organization of how it's kind of mapped out and what kind of demands more. So there's this kind of, I guess, spooky image I'll show you, Cubs, and it's called a homunculus. And as much as I love the Full Metal Alchemist in my heart, this is not the homunculus you may be thinking of. This is kind of like a spooky image, but this is supposed to tell you how much innovation or how much processing power goes into certain aspects. So for the sensory homunculus, you have a lot of innovation with the tongue, the lips, the mouth, the face, the eyes, the nose, the ears, your senses, the sense of eyes, nose, taste, etc. So it makes sense, and your hands are very, very receptive to sensation as well. I mean, whenever you're trying to feel something out, you use your hands, right? So why it wouldn't make sense to have the receptor somewhere else. It's not like you touch with your feet, you know? Which is why in the homunculus, this is where the torso and the lower extremities are, well, lower. They're just like me, for real. They are just like you. They're like all of us. And for your motor, the same thing. The hands. Our hands do so much for us. Thank you, hands. But we could grab, we could lift, we could do a lot of actions, which is why having that innervation is super important. And there's a lot of particular things we could do with our hands. We could spread our fingers, we could close our fingers, we can flex, we can extend, we can adduct, we can abduct. It's really crazy. The mouth is really big as well because we do a lot of mastication or chewing. So our eyes, because we do a lot of eye movement. Our nose, because I think it's just the face in general, to be honest. Do you making me smart? Hi. Welcome. Let me give you a shout out. Hey guys, did you know? Did you know it was V's birthday yesterday? So please do give them a happy belated shout out, or happy belated birthday wishes, please and thank you. Flashbacks to Full Metal Alchemist horror? I'm sorry. I'll politely scroll away, but basically just know, hand space, pretty important. There's a whole mnemonic called fat legs. So it's the idea that it kind of goes for both of them. But there's more innovations in the fat legs, which is F for the face, A for the arms, T for the trunk, so fat, and then legs is just, well, legs. So face, arms, trunk, legs. Face, arms, trunk, legs. What is that thing? Homunculus. It's what we are. Wah. Alright, so there's this really neat thing called the neocortex. This is really new to me. The neocortex is, well, new cortex, and it's a part of the cerebral cortex concerned with sight and hearing in mammals, regarded as the most evolved or recently evolved part in our cortex. They want us to know all this. I'm just gonna read it and hope that it sticks. Lennox, hi, welcome. Tipa cute, cup cute. Thank you. Welcome. Right, so the cell layers of the neocortex, whatever that is. We have 5 layers. I can't count. 1, 2, 3. We have 6 layers. Yay. So our first layer is going to be our molecular layer. That's going to have the main connections with the dendrites and axons from other layers. Our second one's going to be small pyramid, layers, which is going to be cortical connections. That same main connection is going to be the same for a medium pyramid layers. So we have 1, 2, and 3 down. Our fourth one is going to be a granular layer, which is going to receive input from the thalamus, which is really cool because again our thalamus is the main messenger system. Many layers, so many layers, like onion. Our fifth layer is going to be a large pyramid layers, which is going to send outputs to the subcortical structures other than the thalamus. And our last layer, our sixth layer, is going to be the polymorphic layer, which is going to send outputs to the thalamus. So the fourth receives inputs, the sixth is going to be outputs. Yay! But yeah, not fun stuff. I'm just gonna look at that. What's not fun as well is the brain. Yay! So we have these things called Brodmann areas, which is basically some guy who's like, I'm gonna map out the entire brain, color code it, and each section is gonna have its own responsible thing. And you know what? Really cool on him. Really love that. I don't want to study this. I actually thankfully don't have to memorize it all, but yeah. What's a Fumo Plush? Hi Mello, hi. It's like a style of plush. I drew it kind of earlier. Let's see. MS Paint. So Fumos are like this. They have like this face. They're like cute. They're so cute. They're so cute. I want one of me. Not to be selfish or anything. I just think it'd be really cute for photos. Oh nice, thank you. Alright, let me post this out. Let's see. Ta-da! Welcome! I don't really remember the ones that I have to memorize, unfortunately. But this was just saying like, hey, each part has a responsibility and these are the tables that I will just politely refuse to read. I'm so sorry. This is interesting, but I don't know how to necessarily explain this. I'm going to look at a video for this, so I will politely explain it to the best of my knowledge. We have this thing called tracks in our brain. Cortical spinal tract and pyramid tract. Something about desiccations and how if you have a lesion, it would show on the other side. I don't really know how to explain it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, down though. Stop, hi, welcome. Wait, you were here earlier, right? Huh? Thank you for the team on sub for 13 hecky moms. Thank you. Tip of long maxed out spinal cord. Wait, is this a Chainsaw Man reference? Oh no, but either way, thank you for your continued support. Thank you for the year +1. Dun-dun. Thank you. I hope that was 13 thank yous. Alright, we got brain anatomy, so we could talk about the brain and all this other cool stuff and so much. I see the redeem. Alright, I have inhaled air. I am good for the next 2 hours. So now let's break down the brain a little bit to talk more about some of the anatomy. So we have our cerebellum. So cerebellum is going to be the portion of the brain in the back of the head between the cerebrum and the brainstem. The cerebellum is going to control balance for walking and standing and other complex motor functions. So what's happening here is that I don't necessarily remember the disorder. I think it might be Parkinson's, where there's like a disorder in the cerebellum, which is why they have such an uneven, wacky like gait pattern. If anyone has like a weird, wacky gait pattern, or they're just really not able to control their balance, they may have a problem with their cerebellum. Think of someone who has like a brain injury, and let's say they slam their head backwards. Most likely the cause. That's how that thing can be present. Hydrate? Okay, I hydrate. One moment. I'm free. I was like, I don't know. I don't know if I could drink this without like laughing. Alright. So, we got our cerebellum, so let's talk about the basal ganglion. So that's going to be responsible for our motor control, as well as other roles such as motor learning. So if we're learning to do tasks like walking, crawling, etc., it's going to help us with executive functions and behavior and emotions. So, excuse me, gross, I'm sorry. For the executive functions, it's basically like right and wrong. Not necessarily like right and wrong, but like what's socially acceptable is basically what your basal ganglion handles, your behavior, how your mood is, etc., etc., and then emotions as well, of how you react to certain things. Parkinson's is the result of your brain not developing enough dopamine. Oh yes! Yes. So it tries to make up with it with too much acetylcholine. Thank you. Thank you. Just big thing to discriminate. I'm not saying if you hit the back of your head you're gonna get Parkinson's or anything. I'm just saying if they have weird wacky things. But yeah, I completely did forget Parkinson's is a hormone thing or neurotransmitter thing. Heck. Alright. So we also have your cerebral peduncles, which are structures connecting the cerebellum to the brainstem and cerebrum. But the cerebellum, I wish I brought a better image, so I will politely ignore it. No, I can't ignore it. No, I have a picture right here. Heck. Alright, so cerebellum, right here. It's divided into different things. So we have our peduncles, which are going to be these things right here. The peduncles, the superior one right here in blue, blue, is going to be responsible for carrying outputs from the cerebellum, and that the middle and inferior are going to be responsible for carrying inputs. Who's cerebellum and how do I mirror? out of pure curiosity, wasn't in the Powerpuff Girls Miss, that is her name, right? Miss Bellum, the lady who we never see her face, but she works for the mayor. Wasn't her name like Sarah Bellum or something like that? You can meet her through a cartoon. She's not real. I'm sorry. Yep. Oh, thank goodness my memory serves well. I just know her name was Miss Bellum, but I didn't know what her first name was. So I'm like, let's take a guess. Anyway, so the cerebellum, it's gonna be our feedback system designed to refine movement. It's gonna modulate the output of the cortical spinal and other descending motor systems. Both receive major inputs from the motor cortex. Lesions, yay! So if you have a lesion with the cerebellum, which we said was responsible for balance and movement, you're gonna have ataxia, which is just again a lesion of the cerebellum, which you're gonna have disorders associated with coordination and balance. And here's Parkinson's again, by the way. Parkinson's is going to be the hypokinetic movement disorder. Movements are infrequent, slow, and rigid. Here's a picture of ataxia gait as an example, so it's pretty much lack of proper control. Just looking at that guy, that's not how we walk. My man just there pop and lock it? Yeah, we don't normally pop and lock it like that. It's going to be an unsteady gait with a potential to stumble and fall, so there are huge falls risk. Frequent falling episodes, yeah, falls risk. Lack of muscle coordination in the legs, so they can't coordinate like the knee bend, knee extend, knee bend, knee extend. Or foot up, foot down. And they just have difficulties like moving, the ambulation difficulties, you know? Alright. Oh. Egg. So we can talk about the thalamus a little bit. So our thalamus is going to be a gray matter structure within the cerebral white matter. So remember, we talked about what gray and white matter was. Gray matter is cell bodies, and white matter is myelinated axons. So with that in mind, it's gray matter. Gray matter, and that's what happens is that's an important realization. Everything stops at the thalamus. Any input, output, they stop at it. The gray matter structures are located deeper in the cerebral's white matter. They're egg-shaped, they contain multiple nuclei, each sensory modality, which is the vision, hearing, taste, etc. And it has a very specific area where information synapses before heading to a cortex. Olfaction is the only exception because the olfaction, or our sense of smell, does not go through the thalamus. Your brain does not process it. Let's see. We can skip that. We can skip that. We can skip that. We can skip that. Sorry, now I'm speedrunning. Limbic system. So our limbic system is really interesting. Why? Because it feels like such a small system, but it has a diverse range of functions. It can help us regulate our emotions, help us with memory, our appetite, help us with our autonomic system, which again, those things that happen automatically, like our heart beating, etc. Neuroendocrine, so dealing with our hormones, and olfaction. So the limbic system is named because it has several structures on the fringe, and apparently fringe in Latin means limbus. We're located right here. The system has a larger and diverse role in higher life forms. So our main roles we just talked about, we listed it out. Here are some structures. I wish I had a better... Did I not talk about it with images? No way. I'm so sorry. Wait, let's skip it for now, basically. Limbic system, a lot of things. Wow, amazing. Has your hippocampus, you know, you'll never forget seeing a hippo on campus, and the hippocampus is responsible for your memory. If you have any weird dysfunctions with it, maybe you are just not able to remember it. Some other weird limbic dysfunctions is that it can cause behavior changes. Huh? Jasper, hi. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. You'll never forget seeing a tip on campus. Too true? So true, bestie. I will never forget seeing any of you cubs on campus. If I see one of you cubs on campus, I will cry. I will sob. But anyway. So our limbic system, like we said, is responsible for a variety of stuff. So a dysfunction of it can actually cause behavior changes, which may underlie a number of psychiatric disorders. Finally, an epileptic seizure are most commonly arise from those who may have a dysfunction of the limbic structures, and these seizures may begin with emotions such as fear, memory distortion such as deja vu, or olfactory hallucinations. So you might smell something, you're like, wow, it smells like rotten eggs, but you're in a room with nothing. So stop, because then we'll know we're in Bearcat Mountain. You do not want to come to Bearcat Mountain. It's okay. Not a good tourist destination. Giving the autonomic nervous system a little assist? Not autonomic. Oh no, I forgot how to breathe. Thank you though, Robo. Thank you. Alright, let's try not to think about breathing now. We'll skip it. Let's skip it. No, I can't skip it. Ah! I'm trying to speedrun it, but I'm failing. Fake news? The world only knows... The world's only bearcat is there? Big tourist spot? Me in my natural habitat at my corner desk, staring at the computer in my pajamas. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Okay, now you see from the window from the second floor. Yeah. This is the bearcat in her natural habitat. You see, she's trying to study to become a better bearcat. This is what society has told her. Getting a higher education is not a skill. She's trying very hard. Oh no! Big Burp, hi. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome. I see you're also here for the only bearcat attraction. There's more than one bearcat, by the way. Bearcats are endangered. I am just one of the many, though. Or one of the few. Thank you. I will now inhale air. Thank you. Posture check? Christ. Okay, fine. I'll stop crossing my legs. Thank you for the self-care checks. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're the only bearcat in my eye? The bearcat of my eye, some may say? Zach, You never told me you only had one eye. Is everything okay at home? I didn't know! Anyway, association cortex. Wait, Zach, you serious? Oh no! Association cortex! So the function is of higher order information processing. So we have a unimodule, which is for a single sensory and motor modality. So for example, that's not a good example. And then we have module, which is going to be integrating functions from multiple sensories or multiple motor modalities. Sure. So a large amount of the associated cortex, the function is to carry out the higher order information processing. So I guess it's just basically single task versus multitask if I had to take a really good educated guess. Where is the largest area of association in cortex? And the frontal lobe. Da-da. Okay, speedrun. Language! So language is super important because language is how you're even understanding me. Oh, hopefully. I know I'm saying a lot of fancy neuroscience words here, but... So language. Language is going to be dealing with two of our primary things because we need to hear language, so we use our primary auditory cortex or our temporal lobe, which is going to be activating, especially if you're hearing my words. You're processing, oh, she is saying this. Oh, she may be saying that. Oh, she is speaking in the language of English. And I understand that she is saying that. Hi, NBC. Hi. I'm activating. Where's the neurons activate monkey again? Ah, okay, not there. Welcome. I'm glad that you're getting activated. Let's go. Alright, with language as well, not only do we have to hear, but we have to see language. So, though I may not be talking, you could read the text on the stream. You could read the text in chat. You could read the text or whatever you may be doing right now or scrolling through social media. You need that primary visual cortex, and that's going to be where the occipital lobe is going to come into. We're going to have that cortical to cortical connections with the Broca and Winneker's area. So recall that we have lesions in these areas. Broca is like a broken language beach. So if you had some kind of lesion in here, which would be very unfortunate, it is the idea that you are understanding what I'm saying, but if I asked you to respond back like, how's your day? You would speak back in very broken phrases, or there would be kind of like a delay. If I ask, how was your day? You may sound like, good. Like, but it's not really a stutter. It's like a delay with a stutter with maybe even some missing words. Like, oh, hey, what did you go eat today? Pizza. Side. Salad. I don't recall the last time eating pizza with a side salad, but I feel like that's a very common side to give with a pizza if you're getting sides. Anyway, but something like that. It's Broca. Broca's area is associated with your ability to process and be able to speak back in this kind of more unified fashion. But if you have that lesion, you're going to be again with this broken speech pattern. While Winneker's, this is interesting because Winneker's is the area where you're going to be processing what you heard. So it's like, oh, Tippa asked me how her day was. But you wouldn't respond like that because you actually didn't understand me if you have a lesion in the Winneker's area. It would be like a word salad. So I would ask, how's your day? And you'd be like, the sky is blue, the sun is bright. Yeah. And it's like, that didn't really have anything to do with what I just said. Are you okay? I love the Mets. like something really random like that. So that's what happens when there's like a Winneker's aphasia or like a lesion in that area. The temporal lobe, as we know, is going to be dealing with auditory information and coding and memory. Occipital lobe is going to be dealing with our visual perceptions, which is going to include color, form, and motion. Like vinegar? Now it checks out. It's all about the MEPS. The MEPS. I'm sorry. I read Mets and Babies and I combined it. It's all about the Mets, baby. It's all about the Mets. I'm actually a Yankees fan, but that might be like something that runs in my family. Like vinegar? What? Can you explain that? What do you mean like vinegar? Just out of curiosity. Oh, my music stopped. We love bossa nova jazz. Ants. Yeah. Okay, let's go back to focusing. You said vinegar? No, Winnikers. Winnikers. Oh my gosh, I'm not even spelling there. Winnikers. Caps. Alright, so language is usually perceived in the primary auditory cortex and the superior temporal lobe, and when we're listening to speech, or by the primary visual cortex in the occipital lobe. So, basically what I said, you know? We talked about the Broca's area, which is actually right here, and then the Winniker's area is right here. So we have this in our frontal lobe, we have this in our temporal lobe, which makes sense because the Winniker's area with the auditory and again not being able to hear right. So we could talk about a little bit more about parietal lobe. So parietal lobe, again, it's going to be that area right back here. The parietal lobe, if you have an inferior lobe lesion, specifically in the left hemisphere, you might end up with this thing called Gertzmann syndrome. So this is really interesting because I could be like, how many fingers am I holding up? And you know I'm holding up my whole hand. I'm holding up 5 fingers. You will not be able to tell me. Like, you don't know how to differentiate. You're like, I don't know. And it's like, huh? For whatever reason, this Gertzmann syndrome means that you have difficulties with calculation, so you can't even do like 2 plus 2. You have right to left confusion, so you're not able to tell the difference, like what is right. If I tell you, hey, turn right, you turn left, you know, that kind of situation. Finger agnosia, which again is that whole like, hey, I'm holding 5 fingers, tell me how many fingers I'm holding, and you can't tell me. And just difficulty with written language, you're just not able to write. So that's kind of unfortunate. Another thing we could have with the parietal lobe is that we could have apraxia, which is going to be having difficulty with performance of complex motor tasks. If I ask you to stand and sit, cool. You could probably do that. But if I ask you to do more complex things like throwing a baseball or brushing your teeth, something that requires higher order planning before the primary motor cortex can be activated, you're going to have difficulties with it. If I ask you to like stand up, jump, spin, you know, that's a lot. You're not going to be able to do that. But obviously if you don't have like a lesion, it's like, okay, that's a lot of instructions, but I'm doing it. Yeah. Alright. More continuing with the parietal lobe, we have spatial awareness in the non-dominant hemisphere. So this is really interesting because there's this thing called, specifically we could talk about this disorder called the left hemi-neglect. And what's happening with this is that you completely ignore your left side. Your left side, your spatial awareness does not exist anymore for that left side. If I ask you to draw, and I ask you to draw a circle, you would draw me a half circle. It's actually crazy to see people with this. One really common example is that when people ask to do like a clock, basically they forget, like they could probably draw the circle, but they won't write the numbers that would be on the left side. So interesting. Another thing we could talk about with the parietal lobe is extinction. So we're not talking about the dinosaurs. We're talking about when you're not able to identify like a tactile stimulus. So if I were to, well, actually let's read this really quick. So it's normally presented on one side, but when it's presented on the opposite side, they're not able to tell. Okay. If I asked you to close your eyes and I place my hand, well, let's see. I asked you to sit down with your palms open. I asked you to close your eyes, and I have like a tiny baby brush, and I brush onto the palm of your left side, and you're like, that tickles a little bit. And I brush on your right, but you don't respond. You have what they call like an extinction. You're not, even though I'm doing the same thing on both sides, you're just not getting that tactile cue, which is crazy. crazy. Alright, let's talk about frontal lobe. So we talked about frontal lobe being responsible for a lot of your executive function and behavior. Your frontal lobe contains your personality. So this is going to be a very sad example, but someone in a car accident, they smack the front of their head, their frontal lobe is damaged, they may become like a new person, or they're not the person that they were anymore. And that's why you see these in like these very like cheesy Lifetime stories where it's like, oh no, they got into a car accident, thankfully they made it out alive, but they're just not the same. But if you have a lesion in the frontal lobe, you might end up with a few things. So we have the frontal release signs, which we talked about earlier. Again, very primitive features that are on a baby, that babies have, again, with that like oral reflex. But what happens is that if these primitive reflexes start occurring to adults, that's a little strange, the little monka. JK, it's not monka, but it's just like, oh, that's concerning. Do you have like a frontal lobe lesion? Preservate is another thing. So patients with frontal lobe lesions may have difficulty performing a sequence of actions or to change from one action to another. So if I ask, hey Cub, my pencil just broke, can you pass me this pencil? You were definitely writing, you were doing your own notes, and when I ask you to do the pass me a pencil, you're having difficulty with that because that's a new sequence of events for you. And if you are, what do you call it, wanting to pass me the pencil, like you're like, oh okay, I will, but you're still writing, it's because you're kind of stuck in that same previous action, and it's like, hello, the pencil, and you're like, yeah, one moment, and not on the purpose of like ignoring, like this is this actual disorder like frontal lobe lesion where you're just like, yeah, I think I'm actively trying to pass you the pen, but you're still doing the same sequence. Another frontal lobe thing is the disinhibited behaviors such as impaired judgment. So basically, you may have a cheerful lack of concern about one's illness or appropriate joking, which is just, take that as you will. Basically, you just don't think about your actions, and someone could be really sad and you point and laugh, you're like, ha 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 ha, it's so funny that you're crying, and it's like, is that appropriate? No. And then you might end up being a bulic, which is a very interesting word. Hopefully I'm saying it right. But a bulic is basically your loss and impairment to make decisions or act independently. I don't really know the super details with this. I just don't know if they're not able to make decisions, what's right or wrong, or maybe they keep making so many wrong decisions. You're like, yeah, I need a caretaker, or if not, I'm gonna throw myself into a fire accidentally, you know? Whatever. And then our last one for a frontal lobe lesion is the magnetic gait. So this is like, you know, when people, like, you know, when you're a kid and you're shuffling, that's basically the same gait. These people can't really control it. Their feet are super in contact with the floor, and we talked about this multiple times with gait cycle and how you should be normally walking with the foot out and the foot off, and then yeah. Anyway, for the association cortex, so our visual association cortex, what if you have some lesions with that in our occipital lobe? You might actually have a few interesting issues. So forget my pronunciation for some of these, but you might have prosopagnosia, which is going to be your inability to recognize face. So you might not be able to identify your loved one, your friends, your loved ones plural, your family, your friends, your partner, etc. You're just like, I don't know you, I don't know who you are. Maybe you hear their voice, you're like, oh, you're so and so, but you're not going to be able to identify their face. I think someone had described it as like, you know, in Madoka Magica, how they kind of blur out or like they paint over the face. That's basically what people with prosopagnosia have, which is kind of sad actually. Another disorder people can have is achromatopsia, which is going to be the inability to recognize color. So it's kind of like, hey, what is the color of this page? Oh, is it red? And it's like, no. It's just your inability to be like, I just don't know what color that is. I'm so sorry. Hi fam, hi, welcome. Thank you for the posture check. I will unslouch, I guess. The heck is red? Exactly. What is red? Hi, Kara. Kara. Hi. Welcome. My brain was gonna read it as Kiara, and I'm like, I don't know if you're okay with that pronunciation either. Like, welcome. Well, actually, red is a combination. I don't know. Actually, I'm so sorry. I'm not good with my primary colors. I am not an artiste. I'm so sorry. Kiara is a thing. It is. I know Kiara is a thing. Red's the primary color? You see? I didn't focus in school. Primary colors are what? Like the red, blue, and yellow, right? And then you start mixing them. Then you get like your green and your orange and da-da-da-da-da. Red, blue, yellow? What? Please tell me I said those colors. Please said I said those colors. Please said I said those colors. Please tell me I said those colors. You did? Oh, thank gosh. Thank you. Hi. But what do you prefer? What is your preferred pronunciation, by the way? Kiara? Let's go, Kiara! Welcome to the Cookbook Chat. Welcome. Alright, Pam says light is 700 nanometers range. Panic, not the spectrum, not the spectrum. Oh my goodness. But yeah, no, it's just crazy to think like, oh yeah, you just forget this. You just forget this. I'm actually really curious. I wonder if I can find oh, this is gonna be horrifying. Are you cubs ready for something spooky? So this is an example of oh my gosh, prosopagnosia. So faces may look like this, or it may look like how do you say it? Those creepy pastas. Da, 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 da. I have a few bad brain thingies myself, so it's fun to see. Oh no, I'm sorry. I hope you're definitely managing though. Do you, if you don't mind me asking, I'm curious if you don't mind sharing. I'm just out of curiosity, of course. Like the things from Doctor Who, the silence. I just think they're so scary. Like I'm not familiar with Doctor Who. I think I might have actually seen it though, but I'm like, or seen that section or episode of it. But I'm like, I think it's just so scary to just not see anything on a person's face. Nightmare feel, you know. Alright, other disorders, by the way, that we have with the frontal lobe is going to be palinopsia, which is going to be the persistence or reappearance of an object viewed earlier. So that's crazy, because guess what? That's also another creepypasta thing. Imagine it's like, oh, I think I see something like from the corner of my eye, basically. You're kind of cursed with that forever. Well, I actually don't know most of my thingies and what I've been able to recognize since the nearest doctor's a hecking hack. Oh, I'm sorry. I feel you with that. I have a doctor who but I feel like that's just most doctors. There's just like a quick in and out, and it's like, huh. Thank you for the antibiotics. I guess I'll see you in 2 weeks and hope that it works. I guess. I also had this other concern, but okay. And also with frontal lobes, by the way, seizures are going to be a thing. So in the visual associated cortex, we can have these elaborate visual hallucinations. So, yay. But I do hope you're able to find your like solution and get your peace with your health situation soon. It's scary not knowing, you know? But sometimes it's scary. It's even scarier to know. But it's important to actually, know it so you're able to address and kind of work with it, you know? Right, so we could talk about blood supply. Blood supply is interesting, and I think it's not something I can explain. I think it's more something that I'll have to kind of draw out. So please, politely excuse me as I politely ignore it. Unit 2! Yeah. We got to Unit 2! So we're on page 57 out of 116. I think I could explain brain fog. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. As you see, I'm absolutely stumbling because I'm 4 hours. It's like a tree. It is. We have like the circle of Willis and whatnot. So we have our circle of Willis right here, and all this is going to be blood supply to the brain. So your vertebral arteries, which are going to form into your basilar artery and then start branching out, and I just need to know how to draw it and how to identify on a brain, thankfully. But a lot of that, I feel like it's just going to be repetitions with drawing. Unit 2, let's go! Unit 2, let's go! Page 56! Thankfully, I think I could speed through Unit 2. Draw it to I don't want to draw it now! I wanna play Fortnite or something. I want to play video games and eat a snack or something. I'm so sorry! Because it's just getting late, that's why. It's 8 o'clock in Bearcat Mountain, which I know is not late to some of you cubs, but to be studying and being awake for like 12 hours, like, do you really want to study? So, Unit 2 is going to be, so we got our foundation down with Unit 1. Unit 2 is going to be an introduction of clinical case presentation. So this one I'm going to kind of speed through. This is basically like, hey, how do you check for a patient about doing certain things? How can we test for alertness and attention? So some things we can do is basically ask them to repeat a string of numbers or letters or phrases or words forward and back. If I ask them to count backwards from 10, if I ask them to say the months of the year, January, February, March, okay, well, can you do that backwards? Stuff like that. Orientation is very important. Sometimes people really just don't know where they are. So you need to test for their if they're alert and oriented to the person, place, and time. Time to speedrun study? Time to speedrun, let's go! Sonic speed! No, anyway. We go back up. So basically, you just need to know that they know their name or they recognize the other people around them. If they're oriented to the place, like, hey, do you understand where you are right now? Oh yeah, I'm at a clinic. Or if they're like, oh, I'm at my place, it's like, okay, you're not here. Oriented to the person, place, or time. So time could be like, hey, do you know today's date? And some people might not know, like, oh, today's the 2nd, but oh, they'll be familiar with, oh, it's a Thursday, and it's like, oh, okay. Do you know what year it is? Oh, it's 1957. It's like, huh? Definitely 2023, my dude, but okay. And are they familiar? Are they oriented to their situation? So if they're able to orientate themselves to person, the place, the time, now we need to have them know, hey, do you know what you're here for today? And it's like, yeah, I'm here for my checkup. Or I'm here at this outpatient clinic because I felt a little sick. My memory loss might be minor dementia. Oh no. That's okay. There's good things to keep up with memory, thankfully, even with individuals that may have a brain injury. I am not well versed into it, but keeping a diary agenda is what I've been told as very general tips. For memory, basically you ask them about their recent memory, like ask them to recall. Like this is actually really fun. I've actually seen this in action, where you ask someone like, hey, I'm gonna tell you 3 things, you have to memorize it, okay? Apple, orange, banana. Okay, make sure to memorize that, okay? Because I'm gonna ask you that later. Apple, orange, banana. And then you wait a few minutes and then you ask like, hey, what were those 3 terms I asked you? And if they repeat it back, then it's like, okay, they have pretty good recent memory. Just let me know when you plan to take a break and I'll dump my traumas. Kara, please. I mean, you are more than welcome to try, I guess. I don't know how to take it. I love hearing about people, so I'm like, yeah. But I'm also just like, oh no. My memory loss is just ADD. Oh, ADD. Medical traumas? Okay, thank you. I'm like, ah. I am more than welcome to hear about your medical traumas. I'll speed it up because I wanted to see about wrapping it up around 8:30, which I'm not gonna make, but that's fine. So we have our language. Apparently playing more Sudoku. No, I don't want to play with dog. I don't want to do it. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. Teehee, I am just a bearcat. Anyway, language cool. Apraxia, we saw that. An inability to pull a motor command. Start early. I'm doing so much studying now. Does this not count? Can this not count? Please don't. Exactly. So these are the different ways we can test about it. This is the actual lecture. So all that you just saw from Unit 2 to now was a worksheet that I had to do that I spent 2 days working on. Only for my instructor to be like, what worksheet? And I'm like, oh. But then turns out when we did the review yesterday, she's like, oh yeah, these things. And everyone's like, what? And I'm like, so thankfully I'm pretty well versed in it, to the point that I will politely skip over. But just a general thing about analyzing and doing evaluations for patients is understanding their chief complaint, why they're there, their past medical history, a review of systems like, oh, let's check about their eyes, nose, throat, pulmonary system, cardiac system, their GI system. Family history. Let's say, hey, you have this disorder. Oh, your mom also has this disorder. Taking family history. So this might be genetic. Oh no. Social and environmental factors, like what's their occupation? Did they get injured because maybe their job? What is their home situation like? If they need to be taken care of, is there someone at home? The family situation, travel history in case maybe they got something while they were out of state, etc., etc. Yeah, boy. The longest yeah, boy. You probably, me right now. You need to know about their medications and allergies. We need to do a physical examination. So basically, this is your point in time where you will have physical contact with the patient, being like, hey, let me assess this and all that jazz. You might need to do some diagnosis tests, so you might need some lab data. And then from all that, after you gather that beautiful list of things, you will now throw it into an assessment and plan and see where you can go from there. There's a stupid arrow that this guy said, and it's like, oh, this is a mnemonic. Like, this is not a mnemonic. So how you're supposed to read this is actually zigzag, which is stupid. It's so stupid. But basically, it's just knowing about different differential diagnoses that people can have, with the first one being the most severe, to going through the zigzag with the other non-neural being the least severe. So you have like trauma, a vascular injury, epileptic, oh my gosh, cerebral spinal fluid circulation, any like toxic or toxic disorders, or what does the met mean? Metabolic disorders. Oh, I see. Infectious diseases, degenerative diseases, referred pain, psych stuff like, I don't know, mental disorders or major depressions or conversion disorders. And then lastly, with the least in importance, the other non-neural stuff, which is going to be like maybe some cardiac arrhythmia. So basically your heartbeat doesn't beat to a metronome appropriately, but hey, that's okay. Or an impaired gait due to a joint deformity, like that's easy, that can be fixed. Oh, these are my own notes. I forgot my baby notes. How did I forget you? I could have been reviewing you the whole time. Oh no. Oh no. These are so beautiful. These are so beautiful. I'll review you later, friend. Oh no, I forgot I did all that. It's okay. Oh, like the BPM stuff. I read BPM. A friend of mine has a resting BPM of 90 and regularly hits 300 for no reason. Huh? That's concerning. That's really, really concerning. Your normal heart rate should be 60 to 100, so even if they're resting, I'm like, oh, cool, 90. I'm not a cardiac specialist. Yeah, he's got something wrong. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Alright. So sad. So sad, so sad, so sad. So sad, so sad. These are basically stuff that we talked about, so I can't go over these again, you know? I mean, I can't go over it like in another life, but this is actually an interesting mnemonic, by the way. So one of the things that we have to know is the don't ask me, I did too long cardiac. No, we have to ask you had the most recent experience with cardiac. The only cardiac thing I've done recently was take someone's blood pressure. Oh yay, blood pressure. Yeah, oh, so cool. So the thing that we need to know about cranial nerves is actually where they exit out of and what section they do. So for whatever reason, my professor's like, oh, here's a cool mnemonic. See me pons medu, which is just not really a mnemonic. It's just kind of correlating the numbers and the numbers of the my brain died. I couldn't remember. I'm like cerebral, not cerebral, cerebellum, cranial. The word I'm looking for is cranial nerves. So the the cerebrum is gonna be 1, 2. So that means that cranial nerve 1 and 2, the olfactory and the optic, are gonna come off the cerebrum. Me? MI, because there's only 2 letters, that means only 2 cranial nerves can come out of, and that's 3, 4. Pons has 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the rest is medu, so they come out of the medulla. So I think it's really interesting, but something more that I have to like look at. But thankfully they all come out in order. So yay! Yay! We got the ventricles. Yay! Look, this is my drawing. Look, be proud of me. Look at my penmanship. I feel like it's so colorful that it's like a kid's bridge drawing. It's like, good job, sweetie. I'm like, thanks. Art. I did not draw this Willy, but it's supposed to be. They said it was supposed to look like some guy, and his name was Willis or Willy, and you're supposed to draw him out like this because this is basically simplified of this, and it's like, yeah, I guess. Cute. Thank you. Art. Thank you. Unity! We're at 8:30. Okay. Blah 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 blah. You need to know 3 different scans. We have a CT scan, which is being slightly cut off. CT scan, which is computerized tomography. We have MRI, magnetic resonance, imaging, and then we have magnetic resonance, angiograph, or MRA. These all do really cool things. Look at them. Look at MRI. Wow, this is T1 and T2. MRIs are divided T1, T2. And look, you can look at the arteries and all that if they put stuff into your body. Yay! Look at my arteries and my vascular supply. Yay! Oh, look, a CT scan. Yay! Oh my goodness. Anyway, so they give you a drawing or a diagram. They're like, is this a CT scan or an MRI? So let's think about it. So the one on the right is definitely an MRI, 100%. CT is not really good with how do you say it? Soft tissue discrimination, I guess is an appropriate phrase. So I would say this is a CT right here on the left, and on the right is an MRI. And I think this is this is a T2 MRI, because maybe you should go over that a little bit more. So MRI, So the T1 looks like an anatomical brain section. So the gray matter is going to be gray and the white matter is going to be white. It's pretty straightforward. It's relatively dark. While the C2, basically we're going to do the opposite, where the gray matter is going to be white and the white matter is going to be gray. And this C2 film negatives, you see how bright it is going to be really good for detecting pathologies. Certain areas in the brain are going to appear maybe brighter or darker because some of the water or fat content. So we could talk about this in terms of hyperintensive, while the darker areas are going to be hypointensive. Let me go back. Left is CT, it's mostly different shades of gray, and the right is the MRI, so it's mostly black and white. Yeah, exactly. Yay! We can both read imaging together. Let's go. We're gonna be great in the medical field. Me, who rarely needs to read imaging, but I guess it's important. I guess. So we could tell, this is more contrast of why you would choose a CT over an MRI. So CT, some factors to consider is that it's faster, it's cheaper, it's more accessible, more bone detail, but less soft tissue contrast, really. Bone is super bright. CT scan, great for bone. Maybe not so great for a neuro scan. MRI, however, great for brain. Great to see that high soft tissue contrast. Very easy to differentiate between everything that's happening, but some factors you need to consider is that it's slower, it's more expensive, there's more tissue detail that you need to consider, and for both of these you need to consider the contraindications. You don't want to do an MRI on a pregnant person, and you don't want to do a CT scan on someone who may possibly be early or may have early pregnancy. Indications to do each though, you could do a CT scan because maybe someone's recently had an acute neurological defect or trauma. Maybe they recently hit their head. Maybe there's a hemorrhage in one of the layers of the meninges, the subarachnoid. Maybe they're acutely ill or unstable patient. I don't know what that means. Maybe like their health kind of is like a roller coaster, and maybe they just have a contraindication to MRIs. Like maybe they have a pacemaker, so that's why you don't want to do it. That's why you'd opt in for a CT scan. While an MRI you want to use for the brainstem and cerebral stroke, so you could definitely get that high soft tissue contrast and be like, yes, quite. And normal CT and persistent clinical suspicion, so like, oh, they have a normal CT scan. Cool, but I'm still kind of shifty about it. I don't trust it. Let's do an MRI just in case to double check. You know, there's no harm in that other than like your money, but I mean, it's your health, you know. Your health is way important than money. And then you would do an MRI in case they have like a contraindication to the CT. So yay! Here's some images of the CT for the brain. We can see a hemorrhage right here, very light. Hydrocephalus, again, that swelling in the brain. We could see that is not supposed to look like that. That's a lot of CSF fluid building up right there. And a herniation, which we can see here. Yes. Yippee! Amni, hi! I do a little imaging right now, so I might know a little bit. Huh. Last time I did a CT, it gave me a splitting headache. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I get kind of scared. I'm not claustrophobic or anything like that, but doing like scans like these kind of freak me out a little bit. Here's more images about the angiographic, about getting to see the vascular system and checking out, ooh, what's in her brain? Did they give you a contrast or something? Oh. Yeah, like what? Really quick, by the way, for the T1, T2 MRIs, really quick. Again, this is darker, this is brighter. I like to say kind of, how do you say it? It's dark, so you turn on the lights. So CSF is going to be pretty dark, most lesions are dark, and the white matter is going to appear brighter than the gray. So this is, again, your typical, what looks white is white, and what's gray is gray. But here in the, how do you say it? The T2, the gray matter is going to be more white. It's going to do the opposite. And our CSF that we can see right here in the ventricles is going to appear very bright. The lesions will also appear bright as well. I'm glad I just hand them the results. Wait, I'm glad I just hand the results, not take them. That's how I feel. That's why I get really confused. I'm like, I'm not going to take these. But I guess it is good to know them, huh? Boo. We're on our last section. Let's go! Neuroplasty. Okay, Cubs. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Alright, so neuroplasty is basically our ability for our brain to become changeable or malleable. So we have different mechanisms. Our neuroanatomical, neurochemical, and neuroreceptors are going to be the mechanism of change to help induce this neuroplasticity. Because again, neuroplasticity is going to be our ability of the brain to change and repair itself. We have different principles that we can talk about in just a moment, but let's talk about some principles. So changes in the organization of numbers and connections among neurons. So there's 3 things we need to focus on about these principles. The neuroplasty is going to help unmask the silent synapses. So unmasking is usually going to occur through an external applied force such as transcranial magnetic stimulation, which is a procedure that we'll talk about in a little bit. We have synaptogenesis, which remember that's our stage 5 of the embryonic stage. Very exciting, which is going to help that development of new synapses. And our last principle that we need to consider is the collateral sprouting. So intact synapses supply denervated areas that do not have innervation areas. It can occur and make new forms of communications and form a new connection, basically. So areas that don't really have that innervation, bam, welcome to the team, handshake, congratulations. Collateral sprouting. They talk about functional MRIs and functional plasticity, and this is really cool in a sense that your brain activates in different areas depending on what you do. So when I'm talking and you're listening to speech, your brain is activating in this left. If you hear some finger tapping, this portion of your brain is activating. And if you're listening, then this is, oh sorry, so I guess speech is when you talk, and then listening is gonna be that. Hi Manubis, hi. The age is what you want to precise? Huh? Nani the heck? Alright, so the effects of injuries. So we have different types of effects that could happen in a neuronal function and a cellular level. Hi dear. Oh hi. So we can focus on the neuronal function and these kind of summaries. So basically it's the idea that, think of, there's a large highway, a lot of information going back and forth. The cars are the information, back forth. Now the road is closed. What? I need to still get to work somehow. I guess I'll try these alternate routes. So basically what happens is that the larger the area that gets cut off, our four-lane highway. Wait, does this say plasticity is up to 8 years old? Huh? No. I'm sure if it says something like that, it's how do you say it? It's saying that neuroplasticity is more available, I guess, to 8-year-olds, because children are very, very, very sponge-like with information. So neuroplasticity and learning new cool tasks is really like the world is their oyster. Basically, they can do whatever. Kids are absolutely amazing. When we are much older, when we're trying to learn new tasks or trying to repair ourselves, it's kind of like, yeah, it's gonna take a while. So it's very unfortunate. But yeah, going back to the highway example, basically if there's a buildup, that area is going to be affected, and so the neurons are not able to provide that innervation to that appropriate area. So on a cellular level though, basically what's going to happen is that there's neuronal shock, there's a loss of effectiveness with the synapses, and that there's alternate mechanic substitute. I think this was super interesting, but what had happened was they used I'm so sorry, I don't mean to keep using car accidents as an example, I just feel like it's a common thing. They say that your brain does these cool coping mechanisms, because when you get into an accident, you don't actually remember the accident, and it's your brain doing this dendritic fracturing to make sure that your mental health is protected and safe. Kiara says, they tried to do a scan of my brain to see why I had so many headaches. Oh, did they find the solution? Hi Matt, by the way. Hi, welcome. Yo, brain something I don't have. Let's go! Oh, I couldn't do the scan because my head hurt too much. Oh, I hope there's alternatives. I'm just like, hey, I assume, I don't know like how sensitive your headaches are, but even like the headphones, I feel like that would just be a lot of pressure, you know? Close says you don't have to die to get a CT. You could do one without it. It could have also been an MRI, which explains a bunch of noises the entire time, which would explain the headaches. Yeah. Huh? They say I have glass bones disease? I'm not built the way you said. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Osteoporosis? No, I think there's actually like a glass bone disease. Let's see. Glass bone disease. Osteogenesis imperfecta. There you go. Ta-da! It's very rare. But yeah, fragile bones that break easily, caused by defective genes of how the body makes collagen, etc., etc. Matt, don't do that. Oh, it's so sad. Oh, I'm looking at images. I'm seeing. Oh no. I just couldn't like imagine. Obviously, I don't have to imagine, but I'm just like, oh my gosh, like how fragile is fragile, you know? Oh, but it's so sad because it's like the little babies and they're just like broken 100 bones due to rare disease, and it's like, huh? Anyway, factors that affect recovery and like if you have like some kind of light impairment, etc., etc. So your genes can affect it, your age can affect it. So genes are we could talk about the brain-derived neurotrophic factor, the B, D, and F, which is something we'll discuss later. Okay, you have a life form. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank goodness. I'm glad for your health and safety. Age is important because we just talked about neuroplasticity being more rapid at a younger age. The size and type, so we could talk about the availability of the brain to access these neuroplastic effects. The onset of time is important, the experience in your environment, basically, it's a positive environment. Cool, you're more likely to learn and kind of absorb like a sponge. Pharmacology, so basically how your own individual's ability to react to pharmacology agents, you know, like drugs, etc., and what may be in place. And the use and training, so basically how can we build up neuroplasticity for you? How can we teach you to learn this task? Hey, neuroplasticity is really important, especially like when people who forget how to walk or they're learning how to walk with assistive devices. Getting that new ability is super important. Making sure that you have the appropriate training and the appropriate staff to teach you is super duper important. Neuroplasticity is interesting because you can have a spontaneous recovery, which happens basically immediately, or a function-induced recovery, which basically means that you'll only start learning to do this thing as you actually do the task. So, yay! Alright, principles, yay! I'm almost done somehow. We're 106 out of 116, let's go! I wish my brain was a sponge, me too. Yes, we break bones before birth, but not me, don't worry. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness, I'm glad. Alright, so principles of neuroplasticity. Tipanya bearcat? Yes, SG1029. Did I hear you almost done? Yeah! I want to finish at 8:30, but I'm almost done. So I could play Fortnite. And also so I can eat a snack. I want some applesauce. Base? Base. Anyway, so let's run through the principles really quick. Oh yeah! So we can use for some principles that we are trying to understand, or we do understand in neuroplasticity, are the following. So we could do the use it or lose it. This kind of applies for any task. So basically, I think a common example is someone who is bilingual and then they start learning English. And then they're like, oh no, my original mother tongue. No, I'm forgetting it. Because you're using more English than your the original language. This can go with adding actions or sports, or like maybe you haven't rode a bike in a while. You try to ride a bike now, you're like, oh. So use it or lose is definitely a, a principle of neuroplasticity. Use it and improve it. So the more you do something, the better you get at it. Specificity. Words with S's. Go! Yeah, no! Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the club. Welcome. Specificity is basically the nature of the training experience that how do I say it without saying all that phrases, because gosh darn it. Posture check and breathe. Okay. I need all the oxygen right now because my brain is like, please explain myelin to me. What do you want to know? Like the myelin sheath? So, Manubis, basically the myelin sheath is something that helps with the conduction of action potentials in the in your neurons. And so there's there's glia cells that can help produce the myelin sheath. So for the central nervous system, you have your oligodendrocytes, and in the peripheral nervous system, you have your Schwann cells. Both of these, again, are going to do the same thing, just in different systems. Your central nervous system is going to be your brain and spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system is going to be something else, okay? With that in mind, it basically just helps send the signals and helps your body communicate. So that's why myelin is pretty important. Yay. I'm gonna dump my medical traumas in BRB. Please do. I do want to hear it. So for this third one, basically, hey, if I am a football player, oh yeah, but I'm starting to learn like golfing, that's not really specific towards me, you know? Like, oh, I guess it's a sport, but I want to learn more football stuff. Why am I learning how to swing, you know? So that's where number 3 comes in place. Number 4, repetition matters. That's why I'm studying multiple times. Repetition matters because the more you do it, you use it. Can I marry you now? No thank you. I'm forever 17. I'll forever be a child bride. You cannot marry child brides. That's illegal. Alright. In France? Oh my gosh, gosh, do I have an emote? No, I don't have the emote. No, the Ogi emote. I need an Ogi emote. That's how I'm feeling right now. Let's grab an image. Let's grab Picora Ogi. Excuse me, Ogi. This is my face right now. Okay. Okay, Kara says memory loss, both short and long term. Psychosomatic trauma leading to blindness in the left eye. Okay, this my face is still the same. Blindness leading to psychosomatic. The only thing I've heard of that, like, it was in how do you say it? Yakuza 0. Oh no. Muscle damage in left eye? Nerve damage? Leading to full body pain for most of the day? I'm sorry. Thank you for sharing your medical trauma with me. I'm glad that we all could experience this hand in hand and be like, wow. Good man. I'm sorry, but I'm glad that you are the strongest soldier cub that I know of handling that situation. Okay. Alright. So, repetition matters. That's why I'm studying a billion times to make sure this information is sticking. She can't be 17. Scrams, hi. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome. Huh? This is my certified birth certificate. I didn't just write that out. That's my doctor's handwriting. I'm practicing. Alright. Intensity matters. So basically, what intensity matters with neuroplasticity is that things cannot just be that easy. Oh, I know my ABCs, and I can say that like a billion times over, right? Okay, but now can you say your ABCs backwards? Whoa, I've never done that before. That's kind of intense. But yeah. That's what we end up doing. Time is gonna matter, so basically just making sure that you're doing it at different times. Yes, I am cramming. It feels like I'm cramming, but I'm only cramming for tomorrow. What's the prognosis? I'm not a doctor. So the time, because even though I'm cramming now, it's important to make sure I'm practicing, which I will be tomorrow and the day after and the day after that, and until I graduate basically is the time I will be practicing. I'm doing a little bit new novelty where I'm studying a little bit more in the afternoon, evening. Wow, so nice. Salience matters, so basically kind of the same situation with the specificity, if that's how you say it, I'm so sorry. Where basically like it has to be relevant to me. Hey, I'm a gamer. Why the heck am I out in the football field? I trust her opinions more than I do my actual doctor. Thanks. I really appreciate the support here on Tipanya stream. That's me. I really love hearing about what you cubs have to offer, and what you have to offer has been very interesting, very intriguing. Unfortunately, because I'm just a bearcat student in rehabilitation sciences, I am unfortunately unable to diagnose. Also, I shouldn't diagnose until there's a proper evaluation. Also, I do not have malpractice insurance. I can't wait for that. Alright, age matters, by the way. Age matters in the sense that, again, we said that the younger generation or younger individuals are able to adapt more into neuroplasticity rather than older. Transference is really important. It's the idea of like, why am I doing sit-to-stands? Well, it's important that you're doing sit-to-stands on maybe this office chair that doesn't roll, because then you can sit to stand on like a sofa or on the floor or on this and that. That ability is going to transfer over. Tip a TED talk. Wait, yes. TED on your talk. I love the versatility here. Hi, now on this TED talk. Gosh, I can't speak fast. Hi, welcome to this tip of TED on your talk. We're working out the details of what name we're dealing with right now. I kind of like the TNT, but I also like the TED. But you know. Anyway, and last one, interference. Basically, just understanding that plasticity in response to one experience can infer. Not interference, interference, I can't say words. Can interfere with, no, it's a fear. No, it is fear. We talked about this last time. Interference. Plasticity in response to one experience can interfere with acquisition of other behaviors. Bam. Done. Alright, there's some weird wacky things you could do with the brain, basically, is the summary of all this. So what's going to happen here is they could do techniques to prime motor learning. You could do a transcranial magnetic stimulation, which is going to be something that is literally applied onto the person. You could do transcranial direct stimulation, which is the same thing, non-invasive, directly applied on the person. They send electrical waves, and it can help with a variety of things. This one in particular, the TDCS, or the transcranial direct current stimulation, is non-invasive, and it's pretty much a low-intensity electric current that's going to help with people with Parkinson's disease, depression, and epilepsy. Why do we keep talking about age? Because that's one of the principles. And then the other thing we could talk about is deep brain stimulation, where they basically implant a device into your brain, and it's like, wow, amazing. Anyway, let's talk about this really quick. So we talked about genetics really quick, about one of the things that could affect neuroplasticity earlier, correct? Yes. So the thing that they're talking about genetically is this factor that comes out called the brain-derived neurotrophic factor, or the BDNF. This factor, or protein, or gene, or whatever you want to call it, I'm so sorry, it's going to be essential for neuronal survival and growth, which means that's important for memory and learning. So there's two ways we can secrete this. Well, we already have it in our body, so done. And two, we can do activity-dependent pathways. Have you guys heard about that? If you do active activity before studying or learning, that you'll be more focused and that you'll be able to retain more information? That is because you're releasing this BDNF, the brain-derived neurotrophic factor, and because of this, you're allowing this to help, again, increase that memory and learning, and help store other cool things. So basically, they had recommended about 10 to 60 minutes of aerobic exercise to help increase your memory, which is why it's also really important for like the older generation or the elderly to still remain active in their lifespan, so they don't have any other like memory issues, or they could try to minimize the memory issues that they may have, because as you see, a lot of the older generation gets sedentary. So yeah. That's it! Yay! We finished! We did it! We got you 116! Somewhat. Yay! Pachi. My brain hurt. My brain hurty. My brain hurty. Congratulations, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Congrats, thank you. Have you heard of bicameral mind? No, I haven't. Do you wanna enlighten me during these times? It's not even my material, my brain also hurts. It's okay. Learning and hearing things can just kinda hurt sometimes. It feels so bad. I know, what do you call it? Some people like to use the study streams as like a podcast, which bless their heart. Bless their heart with the podcast, am I right? But I just feel like it's just listening to a lot of things, it's just like overwhelming. It's just like brain hurting. Well, thank you for the congratulations. I'm gonna see who we can rate. Let's see who we can rate. Let's see. If you've seen the theory of left brain versus right brain, it's basically that. Oh, you heard of Westworld? Oh, I haven't heard of Westworld in a while, huh? Interesting. I forgot that the series that one of my friends was really getting into, so I'm like, okay. Alright. Is the title of the last episode? Oh. Cute. It all comes together. Alright, let's see. Oh, there's so many people streaming. Who would we want to stream raid? Alright, Cubs, I need your help really quick while I set up this poll. We can't streaming. But we can also raid someone who's doing some art. Let's see, because that's kind of calm and collective, right? Or there's someone who's just chatting right now. just chatting. I put that for 5 minutes. Bye bye, bye bye. Alright, every cub, I see there's a lot of new cubs here. I honestly appreciate you. Lots of love for you. Thank you for staying and sticking around for the study stream. I appreciate the emotional and like as physical support as there could be, you know, on a Twitch stream. Honestly, it's not fun studying, but being able to stream it like with you cubs is always really, really nice. So feel free to join our Discord. That is the official Cub Club. On Tuesdays we do anime nights, and I'm going to be playing Fortnite there later with ST and any other Cub who wants to join. Wink wonk, wink wonk. Zach, where are you? Zach. Yeah, I don't know if Zach's still here actually. This is oddly nice to listen to despite my disdain for studying. I'm glad. It was cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Honestly, that warms my heart. I think watching other people learn is like really fascinating, and not in like an observation like behind the glass sort of thing, but just like, oh, you're learning too, let's go. So it's honestly like super nice. No, I'm 42. I was only joking. Oh no, you're honestly a-okay. Do not absolutely worry. So let me see what else. Yeah, so please feel free to join the Discord, the official Cub Club. Tuesdays we do anime nights, and I ping when I go live. The next time I'm going live is basically on Twitter. Then on Twitter I post up my schedule. So tomorrow I was supposed to do a study stream, but because I'm going to campus tomorrow, I thought why would I double dip with the studying? I think it was better to study today. Take a little break in the morning by playing some Final Fantasy 7 Crisis Core Reunion. Super excited for that. I'm still aiming for about 11 a.m. but for whatever reason how do you call it? I might stream at 12. I'm gonna try to wake up early though and keep it up at 11 so I can leave early because I do have quite of a drive, you know? So yeah. It was a nice background while I played my Persona Dream Fast playthrough. Let's go! Oh my gosh, Luma, good taste. I'm proud. Your brain looks cool. How do you have an image of my brain? Anyway, sorry. Twitter, by the way, schedule. So yeah, hopefully we'll see each other, and then maybe on Monday or Sunday night or to Monday morning, I'll be posting my schedule. It's a little bit wonky because I do have an exam. Monday might be me cramming stuff, so maybe we'll do another neuroscience study stream Monday. Yay! But we'll probably do like a focus stream or the Pomodoro streams, which honestly, I still like, but I feel bad because I'm like, I'm so sorry. I know I'm not talking. It's not like a podcast, but I'm just like, we gotta focus. We gotta work on things together. Blue, hi. Oh, 2 of my physios have told me right away to stay still and take a wait. By the way, 2 of my physios have told me to stay still and take a picture to show my posture, then deleted it right away. It helped a lot. If you're worried about privacy, perhaps you can ask them to stay still and take the picture and delete it. Wait, we were talking about posture? I mean, taking a picture of posture is really good. Like, if you're ever like, I don't hunch over, but someone takes a picture of you in a relaxed state, it's like, I do hunch over. Yeah. But, yeah, no, I do highly recommend always getting a second ear or eye out, you know? Alright, bye Blue, by the way. And then, what was our last ones? Yeah, the YouTube and TikTok, so please do feel free to check that out. I see you, Cubs, with your raid messages. I'm going to be putting my raid messages in again as well. The first one is for the bear emoji with the Gal raid, so if you're not subscribed, absolutely no worries. I would love for you to still participate in this raid and raid my favorite, biggest hamster ever. Big Ham is playing, Chikori? I don't know, it has a cute dog and it has really cute art, and she says it's a pizza dog, so I just go with it, you know? So those are for those who are not subscribed, but if you're subscribed, absolutely no hecking worries. How do you say it? We got the Tipanya with the Gal raid, and go! I'd be surprised Big Ham, and Big Ham would be like, Tippa! Nyatako, or Nizali Records, I'll be like, oh, she knows me! We're in the same team. For those who are poor, oh yes, Kiara, thank you. Big heart emojis. You are so right. I forgot they did the update that now you can use follower emotes. Yes, for those who are not subscribed, feel free to use the tipatada with the Gal raid, okay? Thank you so very much, everyone. Please have a good rest of your day, your evening. Well, I guess a good rest of your morning, your afternoon, and your evening. Lots of love to you. Thank you for hanging around, sticking with me at the study stream. Hopefully, I get to see you tomorrow for Final Fantasy, or I'll get to see you around in the Discord. If not, please have a wonderful weekend, okay? Bye. Oh